ready. Let me seize this opportunity to inform everyone. I'm sure that by now we are all familiar with the system, and so don't hesitate to write in the chat if you encounter any concerns. So I wish to welcome also Mr. Ernesto Tone, Assistant Director General for Culture at UNESCO, with us today. So again, a very warm welcome to you all on behalf of ICO and UNESCO on this expert congress, which touches upon an issue which is very dear to UNESCO and the UN system as a whole, which is advancing the Sustainable Development Agenda. And today we will discuss the Sustainable Development Agenda from the perspective of the cultural practices related to the camelid tradition. Without further delay, I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Fahad bin Hitlin, founder and president of the International Camel Organization, to deliver opening remarks. Thank you. His Excellency, you have the floor. I see there might be a problem from on the side of our colleagues in ICO. Yes? I would invite His Excellency Fahad bin Hitlin to open the video and to check whether the sound
is fine. Is it clear?
Yes,
now?
Yes, perfect. That's very good. Thank you. Please, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. Please allow me to speak in Arabic, please. سعادة السيد أرنستو راميرز، مساعد مدير عام منظمة اليونسكو للثقافة، السيدات والسادة الخبراء والباحثين والمهتمين، يسرني افتتاح هذا اللقاء الدولي الأول من نوعه حول الأثر الفعال لتقاليد الإبل في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة من خلال ممارستها الثقافية تحت مظلة منظمة اليونسكو والمنظمة الدولية للإبل. من الإنصاف القول بأن ثقافة الإبل لم تحظى حتى اليوم بالاهتمام الكافي على المستوى الدولي كما حظيت به على المستويات المحلية والإقليمية، وذلك بسبب قصور في المعلومات حول تلك الثقافة وتقاليدها وفنونها واقتصاداتها. ومن هذا المنطلق كان دافعي الأساسي لتأسيس المنظمة الدولية للإبل في العام 2019 لكي تكون منصة دولية تجوب من خلالها ثقافة الإبل أرجاء هذا العالم الواسع. لا يخفى على كثير منكم شيوع الصورة النمطية التي تربط الإنسان العربي بالجمل، وهي صورة لا ننكرها بل نفتخر بها، لكن الحقيقة أن هناك شعوباً أخرى غير عربية لديها عمق ثقافي تاريخي مع الإبل، كما أن هذه المدة الوجيزة من تأسيس منظمتنا قد زادت من معرفتنا بمواقع أخرى في الغرب خصوصاً، فهي تحظى بمكانة واهتمام يزداد مع الأيام. كانت الإبل لأهلها في الماضي خير معين على الحياة ومشاقها، حيث أن منها طعامهم وشرابهم وعلاجهم ولباسهم، وعليها حمولتهم وتنقلهم. والآن نعمل جميعاً على تطوير اقتصاديات الإبل والحفاظ على التراث الشفوي المرتبط بها لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة التي ترعاها الأمم المتحدة والمرتبطة برسالة اليونسكو الأساسية الهادفة إلى الحفاظ على تراث الشعوب والذاكرة البشرية. السيدات والسادة، نجتمع اليوم بكم وأنتم نخبة من خبراء العالم في هذا المجال لنناقش آلية رسم خارطة طريق لتعزيز جهودنا جميعا لتحقيق الأهداف المرجوة، وهو لقاء أول سيتبعه لقاءات تكميلية أخرى بإذن الله. تمنياتي للقائنا هذا بوافر النجاح، والشكر الجزيل لشريكنا الكبير منظمة اليونسكو ممثلة بالسيد راميرز، والشكر كذلك للسيدة باولا لوتشيني المديرة العامة للثقافة على جهودها وزملائها في ترتيب هذا اللقاء مع زملائي في المنظمة الدولية للإبل. شكرا. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your opening remarks. Now I give the floor to Mr. Ernesto Tone, Assistant Director General for Culture at UNESCO. Ernesto, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. So, Your Excellency, Mr. Fahad bin Hithenlen, Founder and President of International Camel Organization, Your Excellency, Dr. Mubarak Al-Swilim, Secretary General of the International Camel Organization, dear expert, dear participant. I am today honored to be with you at the first ICO International Expert Congress, jointly organized by the International Camel Organization and UNESCO. At the outset, I would like to thank you for your participation in this event, despite the challenging context. Throughout history, work animals such as camels have directly contributed to the livelihoods of communities from Central Asia to the Arab region, Africa, Latin America, the Mediterranean, and beyond. Today, camels continue to serve as a major source of transportation, food, nutrition, and garments to communities living in some of the harshest environments on the planet. Camelid tradition have a role to play in the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals, enshrined in the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This testifies to the central role that local knowledge systems play in sustaining livelihoods through alternative development pathways rooted in long-standing cultural tradition and know-how transmitted from generation to generation. Looking at the development patterns that are sustainable, yet context-specific while leaving no one behind, will be the subject of today's Congress. Inspired by the same vision, the United Nations General Assembly has proclaimed 2024 as the International Year of the Camelids, with a view to raising further awareness among member states on the social and economic importance of camelids in the lives of communities that are highly vulnerable to extreme poverty, food insecurity, and malnutrition, as well as their role in preserving natural resources and the environment. In the same vein, UNESCO, in line with its broad mandate across culture, education, and the science, is actively engaged in advancing the cultural, educational, and social dimension of sustainable development strategies, while ensuring people are placed at the heart. The approach of today's Congress, which is multidimensional, highlighting the contribution of the Camelid tradition to advancing education, living cultural practices, and the preservation of biodiversity, resonates deeply with UNESCO's own approach. UNESCO's normative instruments in the field of culture, and notably the UNESCO 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage and the 72 World Heritage Convention, play a crucial role in this regard. They highlight the significance of traditional knowledge, skills, and ways of living in providing alternative and innovative solutions to sustainability challenges, including environmental preservation with the participation of and for local communities. Transmitted, as I said, from generation to generation, camel-related practices are a fundamental part of nomadic lifestyles. They embody the cross-cutting role of culture, bringing together economic and social dimension, as well as localized knowledge rooted in cultural practices and tradition. Tradition linked to camel herding contribute to the inclusion of the most vulnerable population in rural societies, while providing them with a sense of identity and continuity. the comprehensive management of the products derived from camelids contributes to the eradication of extreme poverty. That's the SDG 1, the fight against hunger, the SDG 2, sustainable livelihoods, SDG 11, responsible consumption and production, 12, and preserving life on land, that's the SDG 15. The cultural traditions and practices linked to the herding and using of camels plays a key role in the preservation of ecosystems and biodiversity, and in climate change mitigation and adaptation. In the context of 2030 agenda, promoting actions to improve the management of camelids can contribute to the attainment of several sustainable development goals. I thus wish to commend once again the efforts of the International Camel Organization to safeguarding and promote ancestral camel tradition and to strengthen their cultural, social, economic, and environmental dimension. I believe that this meeting, which has gathered experts from across the Arab, African, and Asian regions, will shed light once again on the importance of traditional knowledge and practices as pathway for individuals and communities to forge a more sustainable and resilient future. It also further demonstrates the cross-cutting role of culture in supporting the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals as we enter the decade of action, and at a time when policymakers around the world are increasingly looking toward culture for innovative approaches to build inclusive and sustainable society. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much to the Assistant Director General for Culture at UNESCO, Ernesto Tone. And with these opening remarks, let me just raise the attention of all the participants, of all the experts. If you have Twitter accounts, do not hesitate to retweet this meeting. I think it provides, it amplifies the messages that you will share with us today, together with ICO on this. Without further delay, let me give you some information on this Congress. This Congress will have 4 sessions, 2 this morning and 2 in the afternoon, covering, as was said by the opening remarks, the various dimensions of the contribution of the camelid tradition, spanning across education, culture, and the science, but also socio-economic development. Across these 4 sessions, 2 sessions will be moderated by ICO, by our friend Yassir Abdel Halim Ahmed, and we thank him warmly for this. And UNESCO, my colleague Leng, will moderate the 2 other sessions. We have a number of experts, but I will leave the role to my colleague Leng, who will be moderating the first session, which precisely will start by emphasizing culture, which will be the red thread across this Congress throughout the day and across the 4 sessions. So I leave it up there, and I wish to remind you that you have the chat to express yourselves. We will have also, of course, debriefing by the moderators and towards the end of the Congress at the end of the day. Over to you, Ke, to kickstart the first session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. Without further ado, let's move to the first thematic session on safeguarding the living cultural heritage enshrined in the camel traditions. Safeguarding the living heritage that is nurtured and transmitted by the communities since the long history of human development lies at the heart of UNESCO's mission. With regards to the cultural practices linked to camel herding, songs, myths, legends, and poetry referring to the camel leads tradition reflects the community's deep understanding of their local environment and thereby transmitting messages of adaptation and sustainability from one generation to the next. These cultural elements also provide living examples of educational content and method cutting across numerous disciplines and fields, from health, the sustainable use of natural resources, from resolving conflicts and tension, to understanding the self and one's place in the society. And as such, they can effectively contribute to the sustainable development within each of the dimensions, from economic to social and environmental. I have the honor to invite our first speaker to take the floor. Our first speaker is His Royal Highness Prince Sultan bin Saud bin Mohammed, the Vice President of ICO headquarters in Saudi Arabia. Your Royal Highness, you have the floor, please.
صباح الخير. بونجور. السلام عليكم. بعد أن كون الله عز وجل الأرض وما فيها من كنوز ومنافع، وأتم تأهيل خلق الإنسان وميزه بالعقل على غيره من مخلوقات الأرض، وبذلك جعله سيداً عليها. ومن تسخير الله للإنسان في هذه الأرض أن جعل له أنعاماً ينتفع بها، ومنها من هذه الأنعام خلق الله الإبل اعتمد عليها الإنسان في معيشته، فمنها كل وسائل صونه وبقائه في الحياة. واستأنس الإنسان قديماً أنواعاً ليست بكثيرة من الحيوانات، وهذا الأمر تسخيري من الله عز وجل، حيث دل على أكثرها منفعة وأقلها ضرر، لتكون رفيقة دربه في هذه الحياة وسبباً للتغيرات الإيجابية في مسيرته. ومن رحمة الله بخلقه أن جعل لهذه المخلوقات المساندة للإنسان مقدرة على التكيف مع جميع متغيرات البيئة على ظهر الكوكب، ومن تضاريس ومناخ، وخصها بمرونة التغيير لكل الفصول والأماكن خلال العام، فتعايشت مع المجتمعات البشرية بكل سلاسة وسهولة، وفي الأجواء القاسية بالبرودة، وكذلك بشديدة الحرارة، وفي الغابات المطيرة والصحاري القاحلة، وفيما بين ذلك من درجات المناخ والطبيعة. ومن طول ملازمتها نشأت بينها وبينه علاقة حميمة مبنية على الوفاء وتبادل المنافع ووحدة المصير، فاعتمد عليها بعد الله واعتمدت عليه، وأصبح يشكل لها الأمان بحمايته لها وإطعامها وإخراج الماء لها من باطن الأرض وعلاجها والحفاظ على تناسلها، فنشأت بذلك الثقة بينهما وتسليمه أمرها والانقياد له، وهي بدورها أمنت له متطلبات حياته لا يستغني عنها، فمنها أكله ومشربه وعلاجه، ومنها أثاثه ودفئه، وعليها تنقل، وهي ثروته والسلعة التي ينتفع بها ويغتني منها. انعكست ملامحها عليه من كل جوانب حياته، وشكلت شخصيته المستقلة ذات الطابع الفريد القوي الصبور الودود الكريم. لقد شاركت الإبل الإنسان وتقاسمت معه عناء التعايش في المناطق الصحراوية وشبه الصحراوية في العالم، وتحملته وتحملها، وشاركت كل ظروف حياته، وشاركها ذلك أيضاً، وكان مخرج ذلك مخرجه كله أن كون معها موروثة في الحياة، فكانت موجودة في كل تفاصيل حياته. أخذت من الإنسان أيضاً بعض الطباع، كما أخذ منها ونتج عن ذلك لغة تفاهم ومحبة، فأصبحت معشوقته وأصبح محبوبها، سماها بأجمل الأسماء وزينها بأجمل الحلي وأظهرها بأحسن مظهر. وكتب فيها أجمل القصائد وعاش معها قصص الوفاء وحسن الصحبة. حملته في مسيرته وساعدته في معرفة الاتجاهات والدروب، وحملت أطفال وأسرته ووالديه بكل أمان ويسر، واستفادوا من منتجاتها لسد جوعهم ودفء أجسامهم وشفاء أمراضهم بفضل الله. فأصبحت وطن يرتحل معها لأجل رغباتها ومراعيها التي تناسبها في كل وقت وحين، مهما كلفه ذلك من تحمل للمشاق والمخاطر، ويكون بذلك في غاية سعادته. فهي للوحيد من الناس في الصحراء مجتمع، كل ما يحتاجه يجده فيها، ويغتني بها وينشغل بها عن كل أنيس في الحياة. لا يقبل لها الإهانة حتى من البشر، ويعتبرها عزة وكرامة وانتماء يفخر به على كل انتماء. فقد تكنى بها وتحدث معها لغتها التي يجيدها، تمازج طبعها بطبعه وبقائها ببقائه، وكون معها موروثه الذي عاش به مدى القرون الماضية. فأصبحت الإرث الغني العزيز الذي نعتبره فخر وأصالة لمجتمعات الإبل المتنوعة في العالم. واليوم نجد أن كل أمة من أمم الأرض ارتبطت بهذا المخلوق لها معه إرث فريد مختلف حسب طبيعة ومعتقد كل أمة. فمن الواجب علينا الآن إظهار هذا الموروث بالمحافظة عليه، وذلك من خلال تبني اليونسكو هذا الإرث الإنساني العظيم مع هذا المخلوق النبيل الذي جعله الله عز وجل سبب في حياة شعوب وأمم على وجه هذه الأرض في قارة آسيا وقارة أفريقيا، وأيضاً في القرون القريبة وصل إلى القارات الأخرى. وشكراً لسماعكم.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. Indeed, you have highlighted the important role of camels in the human and societal development since long history, the intertwined relationship between human and the camels through this process in many of the communities. And also we thank you for the commitment in joining the countries and communities around the world in safeguarding the practice, living heritage practice related to camel traditions. Now, may I invite the second speaker of the session, Dr. Mohammed Zain El Abdin. He is the head of the cultural sector of the Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. Dr. Abdin, you have the floor, please.
Merci infiniment pour la parole. سمو الأمير فهد بن حفلين رئيس المنظمة الدولية للإبل، سمو الأمير سلطان بن سعود بن محمد نائب رئيس المنظمة، عناية السيد المدير العام المساعد لليونسكو ناست أوتون، كل الزملاء الأعزاء المتدخلين في هذا اللقاء الهام والهام جدا. يسعدني جدا أستسمحكم في الحديث أولا باللغة العربية ثم باللغة الفرنسية. إذن هو في الحقيقة شرف أثيل أن تشارك منظمة الإيساسكو في هذا اللقاء وفي هذا المؤتمر الذي يتحدث ويولي الاهتمام والعناية بحضارة شفوية وحضارة تقليدية وحضارة صحراوية جاءت من شبه الجزيرة العربية لتترسخ شيئا فشيئا في الأذهان وفي الأفهام، وهذا يقيني أنه شيء مهم جدا لكي ندافع أكثر فأكثر، وهذا أعتقد ما أراد أن يقوم به سمو الأمير فهد بن حسلين من خلال تأسيس هذه المنظمة الدولية التي تعتني بالإبل، هو أن نعطي القيمة والعناية بهذه الثقافة الشفوية وهذه الذاكرة الصحراوية من خلال يعني الإبل والمهاري وكل ما تعلق بهذا الإرث الحضاري للإبل. الإبل قيمة حضارية، الإبل قيمة تنموية، الإبل قيمة كذلك ثقافية، الإبل قيمة في مستوى الذاكرة المعنوية وقيمة كذلك في مستوى كل ما يمكن أن يأتيه الإنسان للإبقاء على الذاكرة البشرية في تنوعها. أعتقد أن من مهام اليونسكو ومن مهام الإيساسكو العمل على إبقاء هذا التنوع الثقافي وهذا الاختلاف الثقافي وهذا الثراء الثقافي الذي لا يلغي ثقافة، وليست هناك ثقافة عليا وثقافة دنيا، فكل الثقافات لها أهميتها في حدود ما يمكن أن نتفهم به كل هذه الثقافة وأصل هذه الثقافة. وثقافة الصحراء والإبل من أهم مميزات يعني الثقافة العربية الإسلامية التي جاءت من شبه الجزيرة العربية لتستقر كثقافة أخلاقية، ثقافة تربوية، كثقافة معنوية، كثقافة تنموية، كثقافة إنسانية، ولهذا هي تعطي وتضيف للإنسانية عامة. ولهذا الاهتمام بالإبل اليوم واهتمام بالصحراء وهذا الموروث الذي هو في نواحي وظيفية وناحية نفعية وناحية أخرى يعني تنموية وناحية حضارية، وفيه كذلك ذاكرة كبرى، ولكن اهتمامنا بهذه وبدون تمييز هي مهمة جدا في إطارها في سياقها في حدودها التاريخية والجغرافية. ولكن هذا التعلق بالتقاليد لا ينفي يعني هذا السعي نحو الحداثة، وهذا ما تقوم به المملكة العربية السعودية، هو أنها تأتي أبواب الحداثة وتأتي أبواب التنوير وتأتي أبواب التقدم، ولكن مع المحافظة على هذه الهوية وهذه الشخصية العربية الإسلامية الكبرى التي كان منطلقها يعني الإبل، وكانت منطلقها صحراء، وكان هذا السياق الثقافي الحضاري الإنساني حول ثقافة الصحراء وكل ما كانت تدر به من معاني ومن ثراء حقيقي وكنوز للإنسانية. وأريد أن أذكر هنا أن في مراجع تاريخ الموسيقى العربية الإسلامية أول ذكر لشاكلة وجنس غنائي يجمع الشعر بالموسيقى هو الحداء أو ما يسمى بالحداء، يعني هذا غناء الترحال الذي كان يأتيه يعني العربي المسلم انطلاقا من شبه الجزيرة العربية في ترحاله وفي سفره، وكان يردد يداه ويداه ويداه، وكان يتغنى إلى الجمل والإبل وإلى المهاري، ويتغنى أمام أتعاب السفر وظناء السفر. كان يتغنى العربي الأصيل إلى ناقته إلى جمله ويغني لكي لا يتعب ولكي يقوم بهذا الترحال. ثم يعني توالت يعني في هذا السياق علاقات مهمة جدا في سياق هذا الاهتمام بالموروث الثقافي، الموروث الغنائي، الموروث الشعري الذي استلهم من الإبل واستلهم من الجمل واستلهم يعني من المهاري ما دونته الذاكرة الثقافية بصورة عامة. ثم غناء الركباني، ثم غناء السناد، ثم الهزج، كل هذا جاء من هذه البيئة السخية، هذه البيئة العربية، هذه البيئة في شبه الجزيرة العربية المهمة جدا. أستسمحكم الآن الكلام يعني باللغة الفرنسية لأصدقائنا، وخاصة التعريف أكثر من خلال يعني لغة موليير ولغة فولتير بهذه المناقب المهمة للثقافة في شبه الجزيرة العربية التي منطلقها الإبل والمهاري والجمال بصفة عامة. Donc, je voulais dire et beaucoup insister sur l'importance de cette diversité culturelle et civilisationnelle qu'incarne justement cette valeur du chameau, du dromadaire. Et au-delà de cette valeur-là, c'est le contexte civilisationnel, c'est le contexte désertique, c'est le contexte de cette culture qui a pu profuser dans un cadre justement de particularité, de diversité extraordinaire. Donc là, en essayant de redorer le blason d'une culture traditionnelle, d'une culture désertique, d'une culture orale, d'une culture alors qui n'a pas été qu'une culture dans le sens symbolique, mais aussi un développement, puisque autour justement du dromadaire, autour du chameau et autour du désert, il y a toute une économie, il y a tout un développement, il y a beaucoup de richesses dont on fait montre aujourd'hui et dont on profite pour pouvoir aujourd'hui réclamer cette valeur donc civilisationnelle qui émane justement de la presqu'île arabique et de ce qui a pu développer sa richesse. Donc, quand on parle du chameau, du dromadaire, on parle d'une portée civilisationnelle. Donc, c'est un ancrage historique, s'il s'agit qui n'est pas antinomique avec la modernité. La modernité, c'est un rapport évidemment à l'esprit, aux lumières, à l'ouverture, et c'est très important d'y aller, parce que ça relativise un petit peu notre portée un peu sacrée des choses, un peu cantonnée et autosuffisante des choses. Mais en revanche, le fait de plaider pour des valeurs orales, des valeurs justement qui ne sont pas dans la standardisation, dans la globalisation, dans la modélisation qu'on peut retrouver dans le schéma civilisationnel uni, qui voudrait que les valeurs soient unies, mais plutôt c'est-à-dire cette valeur du dromadaire, du chameau et tout ce qu'il y a comme sentier et ancrage civilisationnel, géographique et historique est très important pour plaider justement cette diversité dont nous avons réellement besoin. Donc, il y a une portée civilisationnelle et une portée économique connue et reconnue. Il y a une portée justement inclusive en termes de ce qu'on peut appeler une économie alors touristique ou mémorielle ou culturelle, donc qui partirait justement de cette approche inclusive de l'économie solidaire et sociale, puisque en partant justement de l'artisanat, du culinaire, de tout ce qu'inspire justement cette tradition-là, qui dans sa richesse peut réellement donner énormément de possibilités justement qu'il faut reconnaître et sans doute préserver. Il y a les loisirs, il y a le sport, et vous savez qu'il y a des festivals qui sont très très intéressants, qui retrouvent d'abord le contexte, donc spirituel, idéal, symbolique et désertique, géographique, etc., de l'usage du dromadaire et du chameau en général et de ce qui va avec, c'est-à-dire le contexte du désert du Sahara, etc., mais aussi cette valeur qui est très très importante, qui est la valeur mémorielle, comment préserver. Si l'action de l'ICOIEC, si l'action de l'UNESCO est de plaider justement pour la préservation et pour la valorisation de ce qui est humain, sans qu'il ne soit dans une portée universaliste ou homogénéisante. Donc une valeur humaine, donc diversifiée, donc plurielle, donc très importante de par sa particularité et sa singularité. Donc je crois que la portée mémorielle est très importante. Donc voilà, je crois que l'ICOIEC a fait des propositions plusieurs pour un musée, pour une mémoire, pour alors des festivals qui réinventeraient à travers un imaginaire, et un imaginal justement créatif, plastique, chorégraphique, musical, poétique, cinématographique, la valeur culturelle justement du dromadaire, du chameau, du désert, du Sahara et toute la culture qui en dépend. Donc c'est une portée aussi de recherche anthropologique qui est très importante, puisque nous avons besoin maintenant par rapport à la mondialisation, par rapport à la globalisation, par rapport à la modélisation, par rapport à cette envie de marchandisation, c'est-à-dire qui triomphe, hélas, c'est-à-dire de nos sociétés et de nos économies. Je crois que l'intérêt porté sur le dromadaire ou le chameau ou le désert ou le Sahara, l'économie qui va avec, inclusive soit-elle, le développement soit-il, toute l'approche justement mémorielle. Il y a un mouvement que l'ICOIEC justement voudrait entreprendre pour d'abord la recherche scientifique, pour le développement économique inclusif, pour aussi la mémoire. Donc, et tout ce qui serait d'un apport très très important pour pouvoir sauvegarder ces cultures orales dont nous avons besoin par l'apport des chercheurs dans le sens de l'anthropologie, dans le sens de la sociologie, pour que finalement nous plaidions un monde, et pour un monde qui soit divers, diversifié. Et je crois que son Excellence, le prince Fahd ibn Hathline et son Excellence, le prince Sultan ibn Saoud ibn Mohammed, c'est ça leur conviction, c'est ça leur intérêt, c'est de dire qu'au-delà de la modernité qui est très importante, il y a aussi un travail à faire pour sauvegarder les mémoires, les traditions, et partant de la particularité qui fait cette richesse de la presqu'île arabique, de l'Arabie saoudite, et au-delà de l'Arabie saoudite, vous savez que au Maghreb, en Afrique, c'est un peu partout dans le monde, cette tradition existe. C'est-à-dire le chameau, le dromadaire, le désert, et tout ce qui va comme représentation mentale, comme représentation sociale, c'est quelque chose qui existe. Donc, alors, autant en faire justement une valeur réelle, reconnue, pas critiquée, ou alors des invectives et des pamphlets autour de ce qui serait du kitsch ou de l'exotique, etc. Non, il y a un vrai travail de reconsidération, de revalorisation et de mise en exergue de cette tradition. Ce n'est pas antinomique, ce n'est pas contradictoire de plaider modernité et attachement à la tradition. On peut emprunter une langue autre que la nôtre et des auteurs et des penseurs et des philosophes et tout ce qu'on veut, c'est dans une approche tout à fait relative et penséiste, humaniste, mais tout en appréciant et sachant apprécier cette particularité qu'est la culture orale. Et je crois que cette fondation travaille beaucoup pour la pérennité de la culture orale à travers le legs que nous laisse justement le dromadaire, le chameau, le désert, le Sahara et tout ce qui va avec comme considération, comme apport et comme valeur essentielle sociale, anthropologique, scientifique et économique. Merci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed Zain Al-Abidin. It was indeed a great presentation. And thank you also, Your Royal Highness, Prince Sultan bin Saud bin Mohammed, for your great presentation. A very rich cultural session filled with valuable living heritage. If you would allow me, we would like to go into the second session now. Sustaining the local practices of camel herding for social economic development. And I would like to give the floor to Professor Abdul Razak Kakar, the Director of Technical Operations of Al Ain Farms, a camel farm in the United Arab Emirates of UAE. Please, Dr. Kakar, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to you all. I am here, Dr. Abdul Razak. So I think you will share my how to.
Yes, Dr. Abdul Razak, you can also share the presentation from your computer.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay. Okay.
We can view your emails now, Dr. Razak. You may want to switch to the presentation slides.
Yes, I am on presentation slide. I think you can see. You can see my slides?
We can see the page of your emails, Dr. Razak.
Here is. Okay.
Yes, it's working now very well. Thank you. You may go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much and very good morning. His Highness Fahad bin Hatlen, thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and I am really pleased to share my part with the respect of camel with you. And my talk is if the camel is really up to the task, advancing the sustainable millennium development goals. So camel, like as a history, camel has very bright history. You know, the camel was domesticated for milk, for food and livelihood, accessibility in the difficult terrains of the desert. So the people were used to use, and still they are using camel for accessibility, use the camel for trades and business, for pastoralism, for agricultural activities, for war and armies, for hobbies, for leisure, sports, traditions. So camel has very bright history in human history, and but now the camel is what is the future of the camel? How the camel can play a good role in the future? So that is the. So for me, the future, the camel future is the milk of the camel. My side, according to my opinion, I think that the milk is one of the main driving force of the camel to keep the camel sustainable for centuries. So if you look at the sustainable millennium development goals, so we can see there is poverty, hunger, good health, at least 4 or 5 goals. The camel can play a very good role, a very crucial role in approaching to those tasks if properly used, if properly harvested. So, like for the example, the first millennium development goal is the poverty and the camel. How the camel can help in poverty reduction or poverty elevation. Though producing comparatively less volume of milk, the camel is producing in many parts of the world. It is producing less volume of milk because of its unique ecosystems. Not enough food, water, things are available. So they are producing comparatively less quantity, but with the high, but the quality is remarkable, very special, the quality of camel milk, and the environmental calamities, the environmental things cannot depress the camel milk. So that is the beauty of the camel milk. The camel milk fetches 3 to 10 times more prices if compared to the cow milk or other milk. The prices of camel milk sold by women vendors fetches almost 500 Pakistani rupees in Pakistan when they milk the camel in front of the consumer and they take the milk. It is almost 500 Pakistani rupees. So if with this estimate, we see that one woman can earn up to $2,250 from one camel in 1 year if the production of the camel is 1,400 liters in one lactation, which is very minimal. But there are camels, they can produce up to 5,000, up to 8,000, up to 10,000 liters per lactation. So it depends upon the camel. So these women, they fed very good food to the camel, they offer very good food to the camel, and they are very high yielding camels. So they can earn up to $4,500. If you cut it into half due to some reason or the expenses of the camel, still it is more than the annual GDP of per capita in Pakistan. So camel is the real candidate to reduce the poverty if properly harvested, if the people who are behind the camel are supported. And when the other problem, the main issue is the climate change. When the temperatures are high, the other livestock, they cannot produce milk. So there is the camel which produce milk when the other animals are hard to survive even in such conditions. So in both conditions, in both challenges, camel is the candidate to produce milk and to earn money for the camel keepers. So this is really the camel is really the animal of hope for the people who are living in poverty. And also camel adaptation is the main power of the camel, because as I told before that the main issue is the climate change. When the weathers are very extreme, so the other animals, they cannot produce. In such conditions, only the camel can produce milk. When the mercury or the temperature touch 50 Celsius, you can see the weather is very challenging. So only the camel can still produce milk. So the families who are living in the desert, in the arid land of the world, so they are the camel is the only source of food for them. So this way we can say the camel is the true candidate to be selected for this challenge, the challenge of hunger, especially in the dry lands. So camel, you know that based on my personal experience data, the camel milk increases when the weather goes up and up. When the temperature goes up, the camel milk increase. Otherwise, in other animal, it go down. So in that period, the camel is the really animal which fill the gaps. So when there are gaps, there are challenges, the solution is with the camel. So the camel is the candidate at that time, the camel is the animal at that time to fill the gaps and provide the opportunity to feed the people who are behind the camel in the challenging conditions of the world. So camel body is especially designed, it is like designed specially by the nature to cope with the challenging conditions, and also the physiology is unique. The power, the camel has very marvelous adaptation power to cope with the situation of the desert lands. So in these challenging conditions, the camel is still a hope to provide food to kill the hunger of the people, of the camel people. So the camel is the camel, like I told you, for me, I see the hope of milk. I look for the milk of the camel, because the milk is one of the main driver to keep the camel sustainable in millennia, in the coming generations, in the future, because the milk is the one of the main driver to keep this the camel production or the camel model sustainable. The main potential is the milk poverty reduction, health and well-being, women empowerment, and overall impact on the climate is because it can put the impact on the overall system. Because the milk is produced in very low input systems. They do not need environmental comfort. They do not need imported food and these things. They can rely on the naturally available resources and can still produce milk. Low water requirement. If you compare with the imported cows in the same situation, the imported cows need 8 to 10 times more water to produce 1 liter of milk. So there are no hidden costs behind the camel milk production. It is like very clear. They eat very little, they drink very little, and their machine, their physiology is very unique, very efficient to convert this little scarce quantity of water and nutrients into precious and health-friendly milk. So, and also you know that the camel can produce or give birth for longer duration, 8 to 10 partitions. So strong reproductive efficiency, better feed conversion ratio, and lesser milk intake dense, like I told that when the temperature goes up, the camel milk does not depress. So if we go to the Millennium Development Goal third, the well-being, the health of the people, the camel milk is highly praised for health benefits aspects. It is the people knew since last 3,000-4,000 years before that the camel milk is health promising. It helps in our health to keep our health, to keep us strong, to keep us in well-being. So not only sustainability, but the quality of milk is superior because of its unique molecule. The camel keepers knew the wonders of the camel milk since millennia. Many scientific research published in the recent decades have proved the wonder of camel milk. Sorry. Rich with anti-infectious nanobodies, enzymes, vitamins, and minerals, and unique composition make it a natural pharmacy. So if we look just on this slide, it has antimicrobial activity because of protective protein, enzymes, antibacterial, immunoglobulin, immunological properties. It participates in primary immune system. It has special immunoglobulins, lactoferrins, lactoperoxidase. So all these things are in a very specialized composition in the camel milk, which make it really a superfood, a functional food, and natural pharmacy. So it really indirectly help in the health and the well-being of the human in the challenging ecosystems. So yes, the camel is the beauty of the ecosystems. You can see the beauty of the camel. So the people, and the camel has now many women in Africa, in Central Asia, in Pakistan, in India. The women, it is this business is taking by the women to sell the camel milk to earn some money, extra money from the camel milk. So like Millennium Development Goal 5, the camel empower the women. In many cultures, camel milk is the woman asset. In many cultures, the camel milk is sold with higher prices by the women vendors and earn enough money for food and kids' education. So it indirectly affects the kids' education. It helps in the kid education. The camel milk is sold as a fresh, while milking before the consumers is developing in Pakistan, and they are fetching very high prices, 500 Pakistani rupees per liter, as I told before, and it can generate an income which is double to the annual GDP per capita in Pakistan. The main attraction for the fresh milk is the health aspect, because now many people are convinced because of recently research published and the oral knowledge, which is like the indigenous knowledge, which is coming orally to the people. The camel milk is really the natural pharmacy. So if you can see news in the national newspaper, the English papers, that some woman like Mangi Baloch and her sister, she come to the road and she bring her camel. She milk the camel in front of the people, in front of the consumer, and sell the fresh milk to the camel, because there is belief. And I am myself, I believed in this belief that the fresh camel milk is the best. The best is the fresh. So the people like to sell, to buy the fresh milk. And but the fresh, scientifically, yes, we should take the milk from the camel, which are screened, which are clean from brucella, TB, and other things. So these women, they sell the camel milk on the road, and they earn very good enough amount of money to sustain their family, to sustain their life, to earn money for their kids' education. So the camel milk directly help in hunger reduction when they take the milk, and indirectly they sell the camel milk 4 to 5 times higher price than the cow milk and earn enough money. If the camel even producing lesser quantity of milk than cow, but the prices make it double to triple, 5 times more than the cow milk. So they own camel, especially lactating camels. The women, they are powerful in convincing consumers. They sell milk as natural and health promising item. They earn money, and the money goes straight to for the family expenses. You know, the women is very specific in consuming the money or expensing the money. So the same is in Africa. The Africa, I call Africa is the camel's heaven, Jannah of Jamal. The woman is the driving role behind the camel, because now there are mushrooming dairies near the main cities, the mega cities of Africa. The women, they sell the camel milk. They buy from pastoralists, and they sell. Some women, they have their own camels. So this area is, so I mean, my main point is that the milk is the driver behind the camel development and the camel, the increase in the camel population in Africa. And many cultures, they are replacing cow pastoralism with the camel pastoralism. Also in Mongolia, in Central Asia, the women, the gender role is very prominent in camel. The livestock as a whole, and the camel especially, provide opportunity for women to earn from the animals directly. Milk processing and marketing is women's job. In most of the nomadic cultures, provide opportunity for women to play a role as integral part of the nomadic culture. So also this is the very important part of my talk, that we think the general perception is contrast to my perception. The general conception is a contrast to my perception, that how the camel can help in life on land. Camel production is in tune with the nature. They eat less, they consume less, they do not need high input systems to keep them survive and to keep them in production state. So seed, they also have role, like they disperse the seed. I say in my talk that the camel is the bee of seed. So the bee disperse the pollen, and the camel disperse the seed, and the seed is inside the ball of the manure, which provides nutrients to the seed and moisture to the seed. The camel must be allowed to play its role and duty as a camel. Also, camel can play a role in fire hazard. I have not heard that there was fire in the areas where camel were roaming in Australia. I don't think so. Camel is the seed that I already told. Camel manure is rich source of nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus. So when the seed is there, and not only this NPK, but the camel manure is very rich with diverse range of microflora, which enrich the soil, which enrich the soil health. So the camel is really a very good, great player in ecosystem balance. So Australia is one of the best examples that when the camels were allowed, they increased many folds in their population. No disease, no problem, nothing. They are like just there is like division. So Australia is the best example. Therefore, I say that the camel is conquering the world. So the temperature is like the main hindrance in the sustainable Millennium Development Goals, in my point of view, is the temperature, is the weather. Because now I see many the camel cultures, the people know me, they contact me, there is no rain, there is no feed, there is nothing. They are in trouble. So this, all the problem is because of the climate change. And the camel is the only candidate animal, the only option in the climate change conditions to keep or to sustain its task, to provide food to the people and to to play a role as a ecosystem agent. So you see, because in the climate change, one of the main problem is some area they have rain, the other area there is no rain. There are dry grasses or bushes in some area, and the other area is very clear, there is nothing. So the camel has the power to walk for long distances, to reach to the feed, to reach to the water. So that is the beauty of the camel, the strength of the camel. They can walk on thorny, on steepy, on sandy, on mountainous, anywhere. So cutting the connection of, and also the camel disconnect the connection of the bushes with the trees. So it decreases the fire hazards, because camel is especially designed to keep its role as ecosystem agent. So soil fertility empower the soil to moisture, and blaming the camel for water consumption and killing does not make any sense. Like in Australia, they say the camel is drinking the water, but scientifically the camel, when forgive me for this statement, but I have seen that I have lived with the camel in the ecosystem, with the people, with the nomads. When there is vegetation, and in vegetation there is only 30% moisture, the camel will not take water. I assure you, when the camel take this vegetation, there is no need to take water. So this is just blame, like blaming camel and killing that they are consuming water. So you can see this line. I have drawn this line. You can see the camels. The camel just browse the trees up to his neck height, up to his head height, mouth, wherever his mouth reach, he can cut, and he make very clear line between the ground vegetation and the tree vegetation. They can keep the distance, so they minimize the fire hazard. I am very brave to say that, I am very clear to say that if the camel are introduced in the areas where there are fire hazards, like in California, in Texas, in Australia, I am 100% sure that the camel will minimize the fire hazards. I look the camel in other way, but I don't know the concept of the overall concept is like that the camel is consuming more water, the camel is like increasing in number, they are best in some area. No, the camel is playing its ecosystem role. We must give them the opportunity to perform role as a future animal in the climate change scope or scenario. Also, camel is the most important creature, because you know the temperature is going up and up, the food and water scarcity is coming, there are many challenges, and the challenges are coming to worst day by day. Unfortunately, this year is even more harder and more drier in Africa and in South Asia. When you many people, they call me that this year their animals are going to die. They have nothing. There are no rains. So the camel can perform role because of their DNA, because of their heat shock proteins, because of their adaptation to the system, because of their speedy, because of their the milk. You can get little volume but with high quality. So it can keep the people, it can sustain the people life, the human life in the challenging condition, because of the important player of sport. Also, camel is also an important player of the sport, like camel racing, camel wrestling, many cultural activities like camel racing, wrestling. Many things are in different camel cultures, and now the International Camel Club, Asian Racing Camel Federation, World Camel Racing in France, Australia. So there are many opportunities are new opportunities are coming. Camel racing is indirectly helping families in other countries because thousands of people in UAE, in Oman, in Saudi Arabia, in GCC, Qatar, Bahrain, they earn million of dollars each year. They work with the camel things here in this region, and they send this money to the families in Pakistan, in India, in Bangladesh, in Afghanistan, in Africa. So indirectly, camel is really performing a great role for gender, for hunger, for education, for many things, because of the part of the culture and heritage African. And I look one thing, I forecast one thing, that there is camel revolution in Africa, because the pastoralists, they replace the cow with the camel. And also many women, they are earning income from the camel milk. So the camel is like camel. So when there is no food, they just share the food, and when there is no food, they use their own flesh and sustain the life and keep the hope to the people, to the owner. And also the camel, they eat everything. So, you know, like I said something about the fire hazard, the fire just cut by the dry bushes, dry things. So the camel eat the dry things. They can digest everything. They can make it the part of their body. So therefore, I say the camel is the mammoth termite. So they work like termite. They have all the strong microbes in their gut, in their stomach, to digest the lignin, the tannin, the cellulose, all hard type of wood. So they are the real player to sustain its productivity, its system in the challenging conditions. They can digest the hardiest fiber, and they are harmless to the ecosystem. You know, when they walk on the desert, they walk on the rangelands, they do not harm to the soil texture, because their food fed is very soft, very comfortable to the soil texture. And also, like I told before, that the camel is the termite, but big. Camel is the bee, but it is in the form of the camel, because the bee disperses the pollen, the camel disperses the seed. And yes, no doubt, in every hopes, in every good things, we always have some challenges. So if we just talk about some challenges, this system is mainly evolved by the camel herders in tune with the nature. So in the modern era, the main challenge is the shrinking grazing lands. In many areas, in many parts of the world, the lands which are traditionally used for grazing by the camels are engulfed, are shrink, because the national parks, all the governments, their main projects are coming on the areas of where these poor people, the camel people, they were used to graze their camels. So, and also there is one misperception. Very recently, I saw one report there. They say that the camel come and eat the plants from here. The wild animals have nothing to eat. No, that is not true, because the camel enhance the soil fertility. When the camel will graze in some area, the vegetation will go. There will be diversity of plants. There will be rich biodiversity, floral biodiversity, and even the fauna biodiversity. So usually when they make the wildlife sanctuary, they prohibit, they stop the camel to come to enter in that areas. That is one of the challenge, and the number of the camel is decreasing in those areas. One of the best example is Rajasthan of India. Lesser access to the market because of the poorly documented product. Nobody, I mean, like if you take the camel product to the to the main market, to the main things, you need to have the documents and many things. But the camel keepers, they have nothing with the documents. They have just simply their product. So there is poor channelization. The camel live in remote areas, so their product does not reach to the main market. Poor understanding about the capabilities, potential of the camel. The wonderful treasures are hidden from the eyes of the policymakers. So we should love the camel, and the camel really help in well-being, in health, in happiness. I personally, myself, when I go with the camel, I go, they like talk with me. They are like, I am 1000% time sure that the camel will give you happiness, will give you, will help in well-being of the people. So they are quite beautiful creature. And if we come to the conclusion, I want to conclude, though my conclusion is a bit lengthy, the camel is the best agent for sustainability under the scope of climate change. The camel must be appreciated for its role as a food security animal producing in tune with the nature. We need to better understand the wonders of the camel and its role. Camel was created for a role in ecosystem first, later domesticated by the human for milk, for the volume of the milk to produce in challenging condition and the quality of the milk with the natural pharmacy. The camel is one of the most important sustainable model, but there is an utmost need to shift our way of understanding about the role of livestock and sustainability in broader perspectives, including the indirect losses, the cost of livestock production, like energy, like power. We use the power to keep the animals cold or comfortable. We use, for example, the power, and they produce a lot of dirt, methane, and so the camel. If we should look for the camel in the real sense. A strategy to facilitate camel as a dairy alternative will definitely bring a very basic change in the camel world. The focus should shift from the running leisures to sustainable milk provider. I will not say that should shift, but the milk part of the camel must be highlighted, must be harvested very properly. So selection for dairy trades with incentives will escalate camel to another level, because now we have like the camel here I work, we have the camel up to 35, 38, 37 liters per day. So there is potential. So I really appreciate the role of the UAE government is doing tremendous job appreciating the camel which are excelling in the dairy, in the milk production. Now slowly the people are coming to the milk side of the camel. The camel with the milk yield, they are fetching very high prices nowadays if you go to the souk here. So thank you very much for your attention. If there is any question, I am here to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Razak. Indeed, a very informative presentation. We have learned a lot from it, and hopefully the camel amateurs, camel herders, and people in the area can make use of this rich information. And the information provided was very effective. It taught us how camels can deal properly and how it can affect positively in the ecosystem, and certainly how to achieve the sustainable development goals of the United Nations. I would like now to introduce Dr. Elena Siani, veterinary and animal breeding genetics scientist. She's from the Department of Biosciences, Biotechnologies and Biopharmacies of the University of Bari in Italy. But unfortunately, she is not here with us today. She couldn't make it, so she provided us with a video that I would like to share with everyone. And please, I'll share it right now. Thank you so much.
Congress of Experts on Cultural Practices related to camel traditions. I wish a great success to this initiative, and I hope it may be the first of a long series of meetings in the frame of what I wish could become a permanent stakeholders forum for the camel sector. The specific theme of this session is sustaining the local practices of camel herding for socio-economic development. Since I'm not an expert of camel herding practices, I will try to bring the topic closer to my expertise, which is livestock breeding and genomics. Notably, I opted for a somewhat provocative title, Are We Turning Camels into Cows?, in order to better grab your attention on few considerations I hope I will be able to convey through this short talk. Livestock herding is a complex practice that includes knowledge about feeding, breeding, caring of animal health, housing, handling. So, camel breeding is a part of camel herding, and this will be the focus of my talk. And with the term breeding, I mean here something that goes from the simple supervision toward a very strict control of mating by herders up to the use of reproduction biotechnologies such as semen collection and artificial insemination, as well as in vitro embryo production. In livestock species other than camels, there is a so intimate connection between breeding and selection that we use the term selective breeding to highlight that only those animals with the characteristic desired by the breeders can mate and reproduce and pass their genetic material to the next generation. This implies that animals must undergo some sort of evaluation and ranking based on how much close they are to an ideal desired type. This evaluation process can range from a more traditional phenotype-based assessment to the 20th century genotype-based assessment where the genetic value of an animal is inferred from phenotypic measurement via a set of statistical techniques, to the 21st century revolutionary genomic-based assessment. One of the main outcomes of selective breeding in livestock species has been the establishment of genetically well-defined breeds, which is not yet the case in camels, and the improvement of production traits at the expenses of multifunctionality, so we have highly specialized breeds. These innovative selective breeding options are nowadays available thanks to a number of milestone acquisitions accumulated over a 3 centuries period, so they are the result of a process that took a certain amount of time. But what about camels? They are still mainly reared under pastoral systems, heavily relying on herd mobility and with poor control of environmental and managerial factors. Maybe the speaker who preceded me already mentioned about the recent early evolution toward intensification of camel production system. However, and this is not necessarily a bad aspect, still the adoption of advanced selective breeding practices has hardly progressed in these species. And this is not due to lack of genomic tools in these species. for which the initial gap compared to other livestock species has been very quickly filled, and today an advanced version of the reference genome at the full chromosomal level is available, which allow mining data from whole genome next generation sequencing, a medium density array for fast and cost affordable analysis of genetic polymorphism has been released, and the high density array is on its way to market. And additional flexible options of targeted and untargeted genotyping by sequencing technologies are available, such as the SPET targeted genotyping technologies and the DDRAD genotyping by sequencing technology. Based on the above, I can say that genomic selection, the most advanced type of selective breeding approach, is today theoretically and technically feasible in camels. What is still limiting is the initial investment costs and organizational issues, together with the fragmentation of the breeding systems due to lack of camel breeder association or poor incisiveness of most of the existing camel breeder associations. Based on that, in my very personal opinion, the most likely scenario for the future selection approaches may be led by powerful private investor groups that have easier access to the financial and managerial capacity needed for such initiatives, rather than being a bottom-up, large, participative, community-based approach. And while these private investors are obviously more likely to come from traditional camel countries such as Gulf countries, I would not exclude that in the race to take the lead, genomic selection may be first implemented in non-traditional camel countries, where camel starts capturing growing interest and relevance, such as in Australia and Europe, and where the know-how for genomic selection is already available and consolidated by the experience learned in the other livestock species. This requires a careful reflection on the societal and ethical issues related with the above described scenarios, such as how to assure to smallholders in harsh areas of the traditional camel countries a fair access to the genomically improved camel germplasm and equitable benefit sharing. There is an urgent need, in my view, for national governments and international organizations to launch a discussion on these topics, to get involved and involve in a structured way the most strategic camel sector stakeholders for effective governance, and to promote the establishment of public-private sector agreements to set minimum criteria for fair benefit sharing with local herder communities. And these concepts are much better conveyed by the FAO infographics you can see here, highlighting the need for improving policy and legal frameworks and integrating biodiversity into national development agenda. A careful reflection on some cultural issues is also required. Indeed, it is most likely that genomic selection will focus on few top-down imposed traits of higher immediate commercial interest, rather than having an holistic and far-sighted vision inclusive of the local traditional camel know-how that may hence rapidly get lost. Thus, genomic selection schemes risks to be poorly attentive to resilience-related traits and to transform camels into highly specialized animals. There are also ecological issues to bear in mind to this regard. Indeed, the assumed scenarios for genomic selection implementation may promote international trade of exogenously improved camel germplasm, that may bring in the medium-long term to lower adaptability to local environmental stressors. And Holstein cows are one of the best examples of those internationally spread germplasm, having replaced worldwide many of the original locally adapted cattle breeds. Finally, I would like to mention critical genetic issues to be considered. For selective breeding to be effective, there must be genetic variation present in the population. I need, in other words, the possibilities of choice, which are very limited if all the animals within a given population are very similar to each other. And unfortunately, several pieces of evidence from whole genome sequence data point to a reduced level of genetic variability in the dromedary camel, likely the result of ancient demographic events predating domestication. This poor inter-individual variability observed at the DNA level may be counterbalanced in this species by higher inter-individual variability in the transcriptomic, epigenomic, metabolomic layers of biological complexity, which are in this species yet almost unexplored, while strongly deserving our investigation efforts. So, getting close to the end of this presentation, I will use the title of a recently published review to stress the need for camels, more than for other livestock species, to balance from the very beginning of their systematic selective breeding process, genetic improvement efforts in parallel with effective conservation actions. So, quickly summarizing, camel breeding is part of camel herding. Rational selective breeding is still in its infancy in camels, so we have this challenging opportunity in our hands to correctly bend the tree while young. Genomic tools for advanced selective breeding in the form of genomic selection now exist in camels. Implementation of genomic selection in camels will raise various issues to be addressed, such as access and benefit sharing by smallholders in traditional camel countries, integration of local camel know-how and of resilience concern in genomic selection schemes, and possibly the import in some countries of exogenously improved germplasm, hence characterized by lower local adaptability, higher request for production inputs, and hence higher carbon footprint. A further erosion of the poor genetic variability already observed at the DNA level in camels. So balancing between genetic improvement and conservation actions should be considered as imperative for this species. And with this, I want to thank you for your attention. Good morning. First.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chani. Despite this, it's a pre-recorded video, it still allows us to get to know a lot around the scientific and social ethic issues surrounding the camel herding. Now we come to the last segment of the morning session. I would invite the two rapporteurs on the two segments that we covered in the morning to report back to us, and so that we can have some key messages and information that we can take home later. Maintenant, j'ai l'honneur d'inviter Monsieur Ahmed Skonti en tant que rapporteur de la première session thématique qui s'est concentrée sur la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel vivant inscrit dans des traditions chamelières. Monsieur Skonti, anthropologue et professeur à l'Institut national des sciences de l'archéologie et du patrimoine du Maroc. Il est également membre du réseau de facilitateurs de la Convention de 2003 de l'UNESCO pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel matériel. Monsieur Conti, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Leng. Thank you very much. I would like first to thank the International Camel Organization and UNESCO for the invitation to attend this webinar and to be one of the rapporteurs of the sessions. I will try to reflect the main ideas that have been submitted by the participants to the first session of the webinar. First, the recognition of the importance of camelid traditions for the preservation of cultural diversity. These camelid traditions didn't require the importance they deserved in the past. The knowledge about camels should be multi-layered to understand the animal and the cultural traditions associated with, to develop diverse approaches, either scientific or heritage-oriented, to study and understand the camelids. It was stressed that the camel is an adaptive animal, having developed a capacity for living in diverse contexts. The camel provides transportation, nutrition, raw materials, leisure, among others. Some of the ideas that may be recommendations of the first session are a call for knowledge development on camelids and camelid traditions is of the highest importance for the future. Second, the role of UNESCO conventions, mainly the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage and the Convention for the and the World Heritage Convention, in the recognition and safeguarding of camelid traditions. I checked and was able to find at least 7 elements associated with the camel inscribed on the lists of the 2003 convention. Third, explore more deeply the potential for the contribution of camelid traditions and the camelids to the SDGs. This was also highlighted in the concept note of the webinar. And finally, promote camelid traditions through cultural development of safeguarding projects such as museums, scientific research, and creativity. With this, if you allow me, I would like to bring a personal testimony. I was born in a nomadic family in Morocco, in the High Atlas Mountains. And I was able to go to school at 7, but during the summer holidays, when I came back to my mother in the tent, I was in charge of the camels. I was the shepherd of the camels, along with the boys of the camp. But the specificity of the camels in the High Atlas Mountains of Morocco is a bit different to what we can find in other contexts. For example, the nomads in this area do not consume milk of camels. They let it for the baby camels. And they also do not eat camel meat. sometimes if they only kill camels when they have a broken leg, but they rarely eat camel meat. They sell it in the markets. And these camels are a very a subspecies that is adapted to live in high mountains as high as 2,000 meters. These are some ideas that I wanted to share as a personal testimony in this webinar, and I would like to thank you again for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sconti, not only on your very useful summary of the first thematic session, but also sharing your personal experience with us. I also learned a lot from your summary. Now, before I give the floor to the rapporteur of the second session, I would like to remind our participants that toward the end of the morning session, we will have a group photo taken. Therefore, I would count on your support to have your name changed to reflect your name, full name, and your country or organization that you are from. I have also shared this information in the chat. So if you could do so in the next few minutes so that we can have the photo taken efficiently. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Now, I would like to invite the rapporteur of the second thematic session on sustaining the local practice of camel herding for socio-economic development. We have Dr. Iris Rolfsen. She is a veterinary scientist and expert on camel pastoralism. She is equally the founder of the League for Pastoral Peoples and the director of company Camel Charisma. Dr. Rolfsen, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to congratulate ICO and its founder and all the people who are working with it for organizing this fantastic event. Actually, this subject is very close to my heart. The subject of local practices of camel herding. I've spent the last 30 years in India working with a traditional camel herding community, and they have a lot of traditional knowledge. Now, in the second session, we had two quite different presentations. The first one was a very spirited talk by Dr. Abdulrazik Kakar, who is the technical manager of Al Ain Farms. And his theme was the question, is the camel up to the task of advancing the social development goals of the United Nations? He started out by saying that the camel had a very bright role in history, but it's also the animal of the future. And he believes that the milk is the main driving force for making the camels significant in the future. He went through the different SDGs, and starting out with SDG number 1 about poverty, he said that here there's a huge potential because camel milk sells for 3 to 10 times as high a price as cow's milk. The camels can produce in very high temperatures, and the camels can fill the gap where other animals cannot produce milk. He also then talked about SDG number 2, which relates to hunger, and says it's a really truly sustainable producer, especially under very harsh environmental conditions. Dr. Kakar then shifted to SDG number 5, gender equity, and he made the point that in many countries, in Pakistan, in Kenya, in Somalia, and in other countries in Central Asia, it's actually the women who are the driving force behind camel milk marketing. And he brought some examples of how much money a woman in Pakistan who is selling milk for 300 Pakistani rupees per liter, how much money she can make in a year, which is like double the normal income of people. He also went into SDG number 15, life on land, and emphasized the agroecological role of the camel, both in providing manure and to the land and keeping the land fertile and spreading the seeds and contributing to biodiversity. So he says it's really the truth. The camel is conquering the world, and especially now when we have climate change to deal with. Yeah, so this was Dr. Kaker's talk in a nutshell. And the second talk was by Dr. Elena Ciani from the University of Bari in Italy, she's an expert in animal breeding and in genomics. And she described the various types of breeding, starting out with based on phenotypic characteristics up to genomic selection at the moment. And she said that the conditions for applying genomic selections are there. I mean, we have the genome identified, there are gene chips available, the DNA has been sequenced. So it's theoretically and technically feasible in camels to do genomic selection, but it needs a lot of resources. So she thinks it's likely that it would be private investors in countries where the camel is actually not at home, such as Australia and Europe, where maybe the first genomic selection would take place. She also cautioned about the dangers of genomic selection and about just selecting for performance, because this goes against selection for adaptation. And she also mentioned that, you know, there's the issue of access and benefit sharing, which means in international parlance that if you develop a genetic resource, you also have to share the benefits with those people who initially developed the genetic resource. And this is the number of camel breeding communities. She said that so far there are no real breeds in camels. And this is something I have to say I disagree with, because we know there are a lot of camel breeds. I mean, we have, you know, we have racing camels, we have milking camels, we have camels for draft purposes. So I'm sure there are at least 100 different breeds, which the local people know about, but which scientists maybe not be aware of. So definitely there are a lot of camel breeds around, and they have all been developed by you know, traditional communities based on traditional knowledge alone. And it's very important that these people, you know, they get the credit for what they have been doing, and that they also continue to benefit from camel breeding, and that not everything should go in the hands of some, you know, investors or big corporations. And it's very important. Yeah, so yeah, I think that was a summary of what we heard. And I do want to also, you know, give a few words from my own. And as a veterinary doctor, I'm very impressed about the traditional veterinary knowledge of the Raika community I've been working with. They have a huge disease classification system, and they have a lot of traditional treatments, which are actually often much better than those of professional veterinarians. And they use local methods alone, and it's important that we realize it. And in relationship to what our previous rapporteur said, that the community he grew up in, that they don't eat camel meat, and it's the same here in India, that there is a traditional taboo against using camels for meat. So I hope I've done justice to most of the presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rolfsen, for your excellent summary, and also equally sharing your personal experience and expert knowledge. Now we come to almost the end of the morning session. As I said earlier, we would have a group photo taken. And of course, this photo will later on be put on the website to highlight the event that we had today. Would you please kindly turn on your camera so that we can take this photo? And I would ask my colleague in the technical team to take the screenshot of all the experts. Do we have everyone? We're still waiting. And in the meantime, could you also change the name of your, I see some of the participants still have their name as expert. Could you please kindly change your screen name to reflect your own name and the country or organization you are from?
How to change? How to change? I really.
If you see that in the list of panelists, if you click on more, there is a function rename. So if you go to the list of panelists, when you navigate, hover your mouse over your name, there's a function more, and you click on it, and there is the function for renaming yourself.
Right click on your own photo may also do the job. Right click on your own photo to rename yourself.
Okay, let's wait for a few more seconds so that our experts have time to change their screen name. Okay. Is everyone able to do so?
It is impossible to change. Maybe my knowledge is very limited. I can't.
Okay. Maybe you can try the three. Try on the hovering on the photo on the screen, and there is a 3 dot dot. No, not possible. Okay, never mind. We will later on find a solution for that. I think the most important is we have a group photo taken here, and later on we will resort to some technical solution to it. All right, so let's take the photo together. I'm sure my colleague has done the screenshot of the photo. I'm also equally doing on my end. All right. All right, okay, let's, I think that's all for this morning session. We will meet again this afternoon at 1:30. For those experts that have not been able to participate in this group photo, we will take again at the beginning of the session so that to make sure later on we can synthesize the photo. Please remember that our afternoon session starts at 1:30. I hope you have a nice lunch break. Bon appétit et bin afia alaikum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ling.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness.
شكرا الله يحفظك.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaka.
Welcome.
شكرا للجميع.
Thank you for everyone. Thank you. See you afternoon.
See you.
Let's wait maybe for another minute or two and see if we have, in particular, the experts that are going to speak at the first session of the afternoon. As I said at the end of the morning session, we will have another group photo taken. So to that end, I would kindly ask you to turn on your camera so that we can have the screenshot of today's meeting.
اقفل الكاميرا شوي.
Okay, let's give another 30 seconds for experts to adjust their cameras. Your Excellency, Dr. Al-Swayri, are you with us?
موجود معكم وسعيد بمواصلة الجلسات. Yes, I am ready with you, and I'm glad that we can continue the session.
All right, perfect. So I would ask my colleague to kindly take another screenshot of the photo, knowing that later on we will do a montage relying on the magic of the technique team and put everyone together in the same frame. All right. Okay, without further ado, let's move on to the meeting of this afternoon. First, we are now moving to the thematic session 3, leveraging camel-based practices for biodiversity preservation and climate change adaptation and mitigation. Indeed, climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time. The degradation of ecosystem that the herding of camels depends on is increasingly raising attentions and concerns. This in turn hampers the livelihood of the communities, the maintenance of the agroeconomic balance, and poses threat to biodiversity. The knowledge and wisdom ingrained in the camel-related traditions have provided understanding for the preservation of their ecosystem in the local environment, and also provided a mainspring for biodiversity, as well as local and regional solution to the adaptation and mitigation to climate change. I now invite our first speaker of this thematic session 3, Professor Rahil Kamal. He is the head of the science sector of the Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. Professor Kamal, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Yilang. And thank you to His Excellency Royal Highness Prince Sultan bin Saud, and to ICO and for UNESCO for asking me to join you in a conversation here. about the camel, which is, I think, is a very, very important topic for the region and for the people who live in this region and all that. People have, and Professor Razak has mentioned this before also, that people blame the camel for destroying the ecosystem and all that. Contrary to that, camel is a very hardy and resilient animal, and it does not degrade the sparse ecosystem that it lives in. It's certainly involved in preserving the biodiversity in that region rather than degrading the biodiversity in that region. Why I say that is that the camel has an ambulatory grazing habit. It covers during a day 32 to 199 hectares of land, and it eats very sparsely. The grasses and legumes and trees that it grazes upon, it consumes it very, very sparsely and does not destroy that ecosystem at all. And in fact, it even consumes halophytes, which other ruminants and other animals do not consume. And while eating these different vegetations, it does not mutilate the plant at all. So it is not destroying the plant, but it does not overgraze any of the vegetation. And usually, I think Professor Razak mentioned that it eats some of the woody plants which other animals reject, and it consumes that. Some of the things that need to be looked at, and Professor Razak elaborated in detail about the need for milk and the sustainable development goals that it is meeting and all that. Do realize that camel, for every liter of milk that camel produces, it only consumes 1.9 gram of dry matter. Whereas if you look at the cow, for every liter of milk it produces, it consumes 9 kilograms of dry material. So as opposed to 1.9 kilogram, 9 kilogram of dry matter. So that is quite a lot. And in the ecosystem that it lives, it spreads, it has been shown from its feces, studies of its feces, that it spreads up to 35 types of seeds through the ecosystem. So there's obviously a chance for the ecosystem to grow back and all that. And this camel is fighting desertification by spreading these seeds and by protecting the ecosystem and all that. And also, its sole of its feet is a very unique organ, as opposed to hooves and all that of other animals. First of all, it allows it not to sink into the sand, and also because of the very flat nature and very soft nature of its feet, it does not destroy the ecosystem at all. All right. So if we look at the eco-friendliness of this animal, it produces 0.32 liters of methane per kilogram of body weight, as opposed to double the amount by the ruminants. And as you all know, that methane is one of the culprits in planet warming and in retaining more heat on this planet. All right. And of course, it has a unique system of fighting heat. It only consumes about 2% of its body weight per hour in water evaporation, in sweat and all that. Whereas if you compare it to a rat, that consumes almost 10% of its body weight per hour in keeping itself cool and maintaining its core temperature. So that is something really amazing about the camel, that living in such a harsh environment, it is still able to not do the traditional way of cooling its body down by evaporation and all the system. How it does that is something really unique, which you don't see in other animals. It stores the heat during the daytime, and at night when it is cooler, it disperses that heat. Instead of evaporating in sweat and all that, this is the way it goes. And it also has its coat serves as a very good insulator also. And it is one of the animals, you all know about this, but it can drink more than 200 liters of water without even blinking. So that's a lot of water right over there. And it can retain that water over, you all know that, over a few weeks and everything. All right, when we look at the genetics, a huge amount of data is out there on the genetics. And its genome is one of the smallest in the grazing animals. It is only 2.38 gigabyte, whereas a human genome is about 3.2 gigabyte. It has about 20,821 genes, comparable to humans. Humans also have about 20,000 genes. If you compare it to a mouse genome, it is much larger than a camel genome. It is 2.5 gigabyte, and cattle genome is 2.9 gigabyte. And I think Professor Alina mentioned earlier that some of the camel genome has been sequenced, and indeed the Bactrian camel genome has been sequenced, and the sequence is out there. But still, we don't really know how the system works and how these animals work. And do realize, and I think Professor Kohler was very right about this when she said, you know, having sequenced one set of camel, it does not really mean that you have a complete knowledge of all sorts of camel. There are a lot of different types of camels that which she mentioned also. There are heavy camels which are used as pack camels, and there are light camels which are used for riding and racing, and their genome differs. When a camel is domesticated out in the wild, it has a different genome, but when it is domesticated, it loses a lot of functionality of some part of its genome. So it is important to study not only the different types of camels out there, but also how they behave under domestication and all that. You all know very well that the animals were domesticated about 15,000 years ago in the Levant area, which included dogs, cows, and pigs, and so on and so forth. And separately in the Americas, and separately in the Central Asian states and China and so forth. Similarly, camel was also domesticated separately in China and in the Arabian Peninsula. Arabian Peninsula, I think, is one of the oldest history that you find of camel domestication is from the Arabian Peninsula. And it is one of the most hardiest animal on this planet. Talking about milk once more, although Dr. Abdul Razik talked quite a bit about it, there's a difference in milk production also in the Asian camel and in the African and the Arabian camel. Arabian, I think, camel produces about, under extensive breeding, it produces about 7 liters per day, whereas under intensive rearing, it produces between 15 to 35 liters per day. And if we look over the lactation period, the African camel only produces 3,000 liters per lactation period of 12 to 14 months. Whereas if you look at the Asian camel, it produces 12,000 liters during that same amount of lactation period. So there are marked differences, and we really don't know what the causes of those differences are, and how they act upon their cellular functions accordingly. 80% of the camels, you know, live in Africa. And if we look just in Nigeria, you start seeing very worrying thing. In Nigeria, there's a complete homogeneity of the gene pool. And that is never good. When you get homogeneity in a gene pool, it means that the species will not survive very long. So you need a mixing of the gene pools, obviously, without really abrogating the local species at all. So I think it is a good idea really to look at what causes diversity among all these camels, and preserving the local gene pool, introduce genetic elements from the Asian animal, which produces the higher amounts of milk and better meat quality and all that, and introduce them in the Arabian Peninsula and in the African Peninsula by using modern techniques. You know, gene editing and other techniques can be really used to selectively modify some parts of the genome and not the whole genome, thus conserving the local biodiversity while enhancing its different functionalities and all that. And of course, Dr. Kohler was very right when she said we need to talk to the local breeders. Only they have better knowledge about the camels than we do. And in conjunction with them, we need to talk to them, and we need to then see how we can genetically intervene. Although I'm never in favor of genetically intervening in organisms, But I think, the technology is there now that we can selectively modify parts of the genome such that only the positive traits are affected. Obviously, again, I would refer to Dr. Razak. He pointed about the benefits of milk. A lot of immunoglobulins in the camel milk also, which we really don't know what they are doing. And some of them are even used for, treating malignant diseases and treating some autoimmune diseases. And the lactoferrin that Dr. Abdul Razak mentioned in there is a very good treatment for hepatitis C virus because it inhibits the binding of the hepatitis C virus to the cells. So the cellular uptake of the virus does not take place and the damaging process of the virus does not take place. So these value-added things that are present in there, we need to really use these. And also the population is declining, although the growth rate in some countries is 2.5%, but the overall population rate and the genetic variability is declining quite a bit. And we need to ensure that we have, sufficient genetic variability. And using modern techniques, and Dr. Elena mentioned the SNP arrays, they are now complete camel SNP arrays there, and next generation sequencing NGS we can use to study this very, very unusual genome of the camel, which allows it to sustain and live under such harsh conditions. It is really amazing. Sometimes, the things that it does is amazing to me when we are looking at the biology. If you look at just the RBC of the camel, it is much different from any ruminant or the human RBCs. It is highly ovoid, flat, small, which facilitates its flow under even extreme dehydration. And what causes that, we really don't know. And the RBC has the capacity to swell up to 240 times its weight without even bursting. So it's a very unique type of RBC. Maybe it can be used, in artificial blood or some other type of things. And the unique thing about camels is that it has almost twice the glucose level of other ruminants, but it never develops diabetes. Why? Because one of the reasons is that it expresses very high levels of cytochrome 450, which is one of the genes and one of the proteins which is involved in metabolism and all that. So these lessons we can really learn from it. And how does it tolerate such high salt consumption without, really dehydrating and all that? Immunoglobulins, I have already mentioned the importance of some of the camel immunoglobulin and some of the lactoferrin, which is present over there. So we certainly need to study not only the biodiversity of the camel and not just a select like the Bactrian camel or others, but a whole ecosystem of camel all present all over the world. And we need to see how we can capitalize on genetic changes to further improve the stock, working along with the people in that region. And certainly its heat shock proteins and energy storage system is amazing. And we really need to work further on it. And that can be done with reverse genetics, or it can be done with forward genetics, studying the genome and predicting the role of the different proteins that are present in the camel genome. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are. And over to you, Yi-Leng.
Thank you very much, Professor Kamara, for your insights on the scientific aspects of camels and its link to the biodiversity. Now I give the floor to Professor Lulu Eskidmore. She's an expert on camel reproduction, also scientific director of Camel Reproduction Center in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Professor, you have the floor, please.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the organizers, UNESCO and the ICO, for the opportunity of speaking today and to share with you a bit of our knowledge of assisted reproduction techniques. Hang on, there we go. Assisted reproductive techniques to improve the breeding potential of camels and their genetics. So as you can see from this map, Bactrians and dromedaries are native to 45 countries in the world, Dromedaries are normally in these countries here in the hot, dry climates of Africa, Arabia, India, Pakistan, and there's a large number of the feral camels now in Australia as well. And the Bactrian camels with their longer coats are more often found in China, Russia, and Mongolia. Now, we've talked a lot so far. We've heard a lot about the anatomical adaptations of camels to the desert, so I'm not going to dwell on this for too long, but I'll just whiz through these slides since I've prepared them now. As you can see, the camel has very narrow nostrils, and this means that the cavities where inspired air can be moistened and exhaled air can be cooled, and this therefore reduces water loss. They also have very mobile lips, so they can individually move each half of their lip and pluck off individual leaves and fruit from trees, and even maneuver around thorns so they don't hurt themselves, which is amazing. They also have eyes which are excessively adapted to the excessive light. They have long eyelashes to protect them from the sun, and also a constant flow of tears to stop their eyes from drying out. You also have the camel stores all its fat in the hump. So instead of keeping it around its body surface and then having a thick insulating layer in all this heat, it stores all the fat in the hump, so heat can then move to the body surface quite easily and be dissipated, which again is another method of cooling. And as we've heard just now, camels have large flat feet, which make walking around the desert much easier for them, and they don't leave much of a footprint, which means that it's much more environmentally friendly. So there's certain behavioral and physical adaptations to the desert as well. Camels have long legs and a long neck, which means that they can then reach plants that other animals can't reach. And they can also make use of salty and thorny plants, which other animals don't eat. And because of their long legs, they can walk greater distances and therefore do not overgraze areas in one area. And this also means they can move easily between water holes because they can drink large amounts of water, as we've just heard, at any one time, because their red blood cells can swell so much, whereas ours would burst if we were to drink so much in any one opportunity. Camels don't. And this again means that they don't overgraze areas around water holes, because they can then, after a long drink, they can withstand walking around in the desert for a while until they get to the next water hole. They also tend to sitting down like this. And as you can see, that means that you can then circulate the air underneath the body, which means that they can keep themselves cool in that method too. And they also tend to sit facing the sun. And this is so they expose the smallest possible body surface area in direct rays of the sun, therefore absorbing less heat. And even camels, as we can see, can survive in these hot, dry climates, and quite amazing. And they can still be of many uses, as they're draft animals, pack animals, riding animals, and still produce meat and milk, even under these harsh conditions. Here in Dubai, we have a very state-of-the-art camel dairy, which currently has about 8,000 camels, milking them about 1,800 a day. And the average milk yield is between 6 and 7 kilos per day. These camels produce lots of milk, and this comes onto the supermarket shelf with lots of different flavors. There's lots of ice cream. They also make camel milk ice cream, and that comes in lots of flavors too. They can make milk powder, which can then be transported internationally. And they also have very delicious camel milk chocolates. And here in Dubai, camel racing is also another very popular sport. It's a very traditional sport, and camels that can win a lot of money if they win races. So obviously your male and female camels then become very valuable to breed from, because they're also worth a lot of money. So as we can see, camels are particularly unique animals. They can survive well in these arid climates. And with the desertification of the world going on today, where something like 12 million hectares of land per year that is being lost as productivity. So camels are going to be the only animal that can survive in the future. So they definitely are the animal of the future. And in that case, we need to be able to breed more of them and be able to preserve the valuable genetics of the better animals. However, reproductive efficiency of camels is quite low. And this is because of the delay in the onset of puberty. That's because they don't reach puberty till they're 3 or 4 years old. They have a relatively short breeding season from October through to March. They have a long gestation period of 13 months and a prolonged period of lactation-related anestrus. So when they're lactating, they tend not to cycle and don't get pregnant. There's also a lack of knowledge of knowing the correct time of the follicular cycle to mate. A lot of people just bring their females for mating at any time of the cycle, not knowing whether she is likely to conceive or not. And there's also a lack of, until recently, there's a lack of use of assisted reproductive technologies. Therefore, at best, you're looking at 2 calves every 3 years, which is not very reproductively efficient. So this is why His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum set up the Camel Reproduction Center back in 1989. And we're very lucky, we have a very nice lab, state-of-the-art lab with a lot of equipment. There's about 5 of us that work in the lab, and we have facilities, holding facilities for about 500 camels. We have a staff of around 30, 25 of which look after the camels, and about 5 of us work in the lab. And the lab was set up specifically to do embryo transfer and artificial insemination of camels. And there are many advantages of using these assisted reproductive techniques. For example, with embryo transfer, you can produce multiple progeny from your desirable genetic combinations of male and female camels. And with artificial insemination, you can inseminate many more females with one ejaculate, thus saving the energy and the libido of your males. Embryos and semen can also be transported much more easily than live animals between farms and worldwide, and they can also be stored frozen, thus preserving the genetics of superior animals for many years. So let's look at these in a bit more detail. So what do we do for embryo transfer? Well, first of all, you have to be able to stimulate your donor and synchronize the recipients. Then once she's mated, you flush the embryos out of your particular donor, the donor being the good milking camel, the good meat producing camel, the good racing camel, or whatever genetics you want to preserve. Once you locate the embryos, you then transfer them into your female camel individually, and then you can diagnose pregnancy from about 18 days of gestation. So let's look at these stages in a bit more detail. First of all, treatment of the donors and recipients. The donors normally only produce 1 follicle. In a normal cycle, camels produce 1 follicle at a time because they very rarely produce twins. But if you're wanting to do embryo transfer, obviously you want to produce more than 1 follicle. And the follicle contains the egg cell, which obviously is the potential embryo. So the donors get treated with a bunch of hormones, either equine chorionic gonadotrophin, porcine FSH, or a combination of the 2. And we find that the combination of the 2, equine gonadotrophin and porcine FSH, are what gives the best results. So we inject this over a period of 4 days, and then 8 days after the start of treatment, we ultrasound the camels, and as you can see, we'd expect to see a bunch of follicles in the ovaries. Once they reach about 1.5 centimeters in diameter, which usually takes about 8 to 10 days, then they're ready for mating. But the embryos can't be produced into, can't be transferred into any old camel. The recipients have to be synchronized with the donor to make sure they're at the right stage and therefore likely to get pregnant and conceive. So to do this, the recipients, we've found that the level of synchrony between the recipient and donor is best if the recipient is 1 day behind. That means she ovulates 1 day behind the donor camel. So to do this, once the donor is mated, once those follicles are ready and the donor goes off for mating, we then scan our pool of camels for recipients, and those with a mature follicle of about 1.5 centimeters in diameter get an injection of GnRH 24 hours to 48 hours after the donor was mated. So then we get to the embryo flushing and transfer. So 8 days after mating, we bring the donor into the lab and we'll try and flush out the embryos. We do this non-surgically by putting a catheter in through the cervix, and then we fill the uterus with fluid and then just drain it out into a beaker. We'll do this till we use a maximum of 1 liter of fluid. And then once we've collected all the beakers, we run them through a filter. And then because we obviously don't want to examine a whole liter full of fluid, searching it for embryos, so we run it through this filter and then search for the embryos under the microscope. Hopefully you find a bunch of embryos that are fit and healthy to transfer. The embryos are then washed in clean flushing medium and loaded into a 0.25 ml straw. And then they're loaded into this embryo transfer gun that you can see here. And again, we transfer them each individually into a recipient camel, again, non-surgically. So we'll just put this transfer gun in through the cervix, manipulate it up to the left horn if we can, and deposit the embryo in the uterus. Once the embryo is there, you obviously need to know whether your recipient is likely to be pregnant or not. So the next exciting stage. So we tend to do this by initially do the tail cock method. If we lead the male around the female pen of recipients about 7 to 8 days after the transfer, which is about 14 days after ovulation. And if she lifts her tail, as you can see here, the chances are she's pregnant. And if she keeps the tail clamped down, the chances are she's not pregnant. So this is an initial method of trying to determine which ones are likely to be pregnant and which aren't. However, it's a pretty good method, but it's not 100%. However, if we use ultrasound, much more reliable, as you can see here, but you can't ultrasound the camels until at least day 17 or day 18 of gestation. You can see here the fluid in the uterus indicates she's pregnant, and a corpus luteum in the ovaries again confirms that that fluid is in fact a pregnancy and not just infection. And then at day 33, you can see the fluid has increased even further. And at day 60, you can see the fetus as well, with the head and the limbs and everything else quite clearly, and a heartbeat. So what happens if you have too many embryos? Because you don't want to waste them. Well, that's where the embryo freezing and embryo cooling comes in. And this has many advantages. First of all, it can facilitate the spreading of the gene pool, as embryos, as I mentioned before, can be transported much more easily than live animals. It reduces the risk of transmitting various diseases. Recipients do not have to be synchronized with or even in the same location as the donor. And cooled embryos can be transported in an equitainer, and frozen embryos can be stored and thawed when the recipients are ready. So cooling of embryos is quite straightforward. We flush them as we did before, and we put the embryos in a little Eppendorf here, which is about 1.5 ml Eppendorf, which we fill with fluid. And then we put in this beaker surrounded by these ballast bags. And then we put these 2 cool bricks, which are being kept in the freezer, into this equitainer, put the beaker on top, seal the equitainer, and then leave it for 24 hours. This will cool the embryos down to about 4 degrees centigrade and keep it at 4 degrees for 24 hours. If we want to cool the embryos for longer, then we can take this central beaker and things out of the equitainer and put it in the fridge for a further 24 to 48 hours to keep the embryos cold. Then you can see from the results here, we get between about 60 to 70% pregnancy rate over between 1 to 3 days of cooling, which is quite good for cooled embryos. However, cooled embryos still needs to be, recipients still need to be synchronized. So it would be even better if we could actually freeze the embryos. And Dr. Muireann Herod, that was with us before, designed this embryo vitrification kit, which contains 3 vitrification solutions. And you pass the embryos from the holding media, which you keep them in once you flush the embryo, into vitrification solution 1 for 5 minutes, vitrification 2 for 5 minutes, and then whilst it's in vitrification 3, you load it up into open pool straw, cryo lock, or hook, which is your storage devices here for storing the embryo in liquid nitrogen. Once your recipients are ready, you can then take the embryos out, you thaw them by putting them in warming solution 1 for 1 minute, warming solution 2 for 5 minutes, transferring them to holding media before you transfer them into your recipients. And as you can see, we get results of around 50% using the hook and the cryo and the OPS method of storing. So that's all well and good for your female camels. But what about your male camels? You might also want to preserve the genetics of a good male. Now we know mating takes place in sternal recumbency, can take as long as 5 to 20 minutes. And mated males that mate more than once a week tend to lose their libido. So obviously AI then has many advantages. It gives much more efficient use of your genetically superior males. It can help prevent diseases because you add antibiotics to the extender. You can eliminate the need for transport of the animals because semen is much easier to transport than the semen is easier than the animals to transport. It can eliminate behavioral problems because sometimes if your male camel doesn't like mating your female camel, you can inseminate them instead. So that's good. And you preserve the semen for extended amounts of time by freezing or cooling it. And so the reproductive lifespan of that man can be extended for many years, even after it's dead. So how do we go about collecting semen? Well, our method of choice is using the artificial vagina. We have a tube here that you can see and has a foam insert which imitates the cervix. We fill it with water to give an internal temperature of about 38 degrees centigrade, put a bit of air in here to increase the pressure, and then we use this water-jacketed test tube here to collect the semen in. Dr. Amir has used a dummy. He's developed this camel, which looks pretty good for a camel. Inside it's got the AV, so the camel, it's got a hole at the back, so the camel mates it as if it's a normal female, or thinks it's a female, and ejaculates into the AV. Dr. Amir's had quite good success with his males, but I must admit our males weren't fooled by the dummy quite so easily. Once we have the semen, we have a look at the appearance. The volume is something anything between 2 and 10 mils of usually grayish white in color, and it's very, very viscous, as you can see here. It's always very gluey. Once we've got the semen, we extend it, usually in green buffer made by IMV, and then we can use the CASA for measuring total and progressive sperm motility and various kinetics of the sperm. And then we can measure the concentration using a macula or a hemocytometer. And then once we've collected the semen, we have to make sure the females are the right stage.
Professor Skidmore, we are running a bit out of the time. Could you please kindly wrap it up quickly?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry for the interruption.
So for the artificial insemination, we have to make sure the female's at the right stage. So we inject the female when her follicle is 1.5 centimeters. We collect the semen into one of these inseminating pipettes and inject it into the uterus. Just very quickly then, we can say again, we want to cool the semen, we can use the equitainer, same sort of thing, put the semen in there, cool it for 24 hours. We've also tried semen cryopreservation. We've tried different cryoprotectants, glycerol and ethylene glycol best, concentrations 3 and 6%, equilibration time 30 minutes, liquid nitrogen height 1 centimeter above liquid nitrogen, thawing rates are best if it's 60 degrees centigrade for 10 seconds. And this is a freezing method. We dilute it, we add the first extender without cryoprotectant, the second extender with cryoprotectant, load the straws at 5 degrees centigrade, freeze at 1 centimeter above, and thaw at 6 degrees centigrade for 10 seconds. And these are our results. Fresh semen, 50 to 60% pregnancy rate, cooled semen around 50%, frozen thawed semen obviously needs some improvement at 25%. So in summary, we can say camels are uniquely adapted to the desert. They can provide milk we can transport even under harsh conditions. Embryo transfer and artificial insemination improve the reproductive genetically superior animals, and cooling and freezing of embryos for easy transport between countries and therefore spreading the gene pool worldwide. And I'd just like to thank the team, all of whom are very important for the work that we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Skidmore. Now I give the floor to our last speaker of the session, Dr. Khalid Ahmed El-Baroui. He's an associate professor at Animal Production Division of the Desert Research Center in Egypt. Doctor, you have the floor, please.
Okay, good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. Thanks to ICO for inviting me for such important meeting. Just a small change, I'm now a professor. Okay, and my field of work, so my specific field of work is camel reproduction. But having a lecture after Professor Lulu Skidmore is very hard to talk about reproduction. She's one of the best in the field. Okay, so that's why I changed my presentation to be as much as possible matching with the topic of the meeting today. Next, please. With the global warming and desertification suffering that the world is suffering in the near future or the far future, we think that the camel will be the animal of the future, not only in the locations that the camel is already there, but maybe invading Europe or the States as the farm animal there. This is not my opinion. Maybe it's the opinion of Professor Minoia, one of the former Italian scientists who studied the camels. Next, please. We can see here that the camel is the animal that is very tolerant to the drought, and we can also see that the body condition for camels and the harsh condition is much more better than the other breeds of the cattle or whatever the species there. Next, please. We all discussed the economic importance in camels. And maybe the most important is the camel racing, its economy itself. And it's located in the Gulf, and very important economy for the camels, maybe for the owners, but it's the, can say, the sport of wealthy people. We are now going to talk about the wealthy camels also, or the wealthy owners for the camels. Next, please. We can see that we have camel meat production, We have a very fine production of meat for camels. And we also, next please, and we can also figure out that we have processed meat and very fine products and different products from this meat. Next. The same is for milk production. We have very fine products of the milk, cheese. Maybe Mauritania started this in 1984, the first country, as far as I know, who started to process camel milk. Next. Also, it was mentioned and scientifically proven the therapeutic value for the camel products. Next. Used for medication, not only maybe the milk, maybe the urine. Next. Even camel bones, they are as near as possible of the ivory and is used for giving very fine products which are sold all over the world, but maybe on the internet, maybe online purchasing only, or if you have to visit India to purchase it yourself. Next. Cosmetics, shampoos, things like that. Next. But let us say, who is going to consume this? Although that the camel products are not easily allowed to be exported out of the areas that they are produced in. Maybe one or two enterprises in the United Arab Emirates have the credibility to import their, to export their products. And some farms in Europe, like in the Netherlands, there's a lactating farm selling milk all over Europe. Next. According to FAO statistics, we have about 35 million heads of camels, but how many camels are representing these fine products and are in under controlled conditions for intensive production, even for meat or milk or whatever? Next. We know the location for the camels in the worst harsh conditions. So I'll go directly to present the Egyptian experience about camels. Egypt is a country that 94% are desert areas except for the Nile Valley, one of the most threatened countries for water poverty. Although all these facts, but camels does not exceed 135 or 140,000 heads of camels. I believe that a country with this massive area of desert should have more camels or more population. Next, please. Although camels are in Egypt maybe more than 3,000 years, but for now, let us see what's the situation of camels in Egypt. Next. Only camel are used for tourism near the pyramids, maybe desert camel treks, maybe by the seashore. It's a very low using of camels. How many camels do you imagine that they are involving in the economy or giving support for their owners? Next. We have an Egyptian camel racing track, but it's not as famous as the races in the Gulf. Maybe it's not on annual basis. And we don't have very fine breeds for racing. So it's also just that we have it, but we don't have the real racing camels or the real racing ability. Next. So let's go for the reality. After seeing the very fine photos about the fine products of camel meat, this is the reality that we have here, the way of selling camel meat and the way of consuming camel meat. Next. This is all the reality about how they breed their camels, how they milk their camels, how they sell their milk, or the way of processing the products. So we have fine products, but we don't have on the land of the reality that the breeders know nothing about that. Next. These are the camel marks in Egypt. And on the picture to the right side below is how they keep their camels. This is a kind of a camel farm. Next. The Desert Center is one of the most ancient centers in Egypt. It's from 1954. It was at the Institute of Desert Research. It's concerning by studying all the subjects related to the desert, either animal production, social and economics of the desert, planting, agronomy, whatever. Next. So we had the opportunity to have several funds either by the ACSAD, the European Union, or internal funds to support some studies on camels. One of the most important projects that we had, and luckily I was the regional coordinator for this project, was a PROCAMED. The PROCAMED started in 2012 until 2015. Next. During this project, we had the ability to valorize the camel meat production, study the carcass trade, have different fine products from camel, like sausages, hamburgers, etc. Next. Also, we have valorization of camel milk, having fermented camel milk with flavors, where yogurt, soft cheese, pasteurized milk. Next. Heights, we had a very fine heights, and how we developed how the tanning could be, and we have some very good products from camel milk, which is already not used in Egypt and is thrown away as a byproduct. Next. But the most important outputs of the project was the relation with the beneficiaries. The target groups of our program was the owners of the camels, or the camel breeding. We introduced to them a lot of technologies, like, as you can see, machine milking, making some way of preserving fodder to be used during the drought times. And we have very precise studies related with the economy and the role of camels in their life. This studies, or this project location, was in the north coast in Egypt, where you can find the most population of the camels in Egypt. Next, please. So let's see the socio-economic studies, what we figured out. Sorry to say, it was very disappointing to hear from the owners or the breeders why to develop our herds or our breeding systems. Where are the consumers for the camel fine products? What are the opportunities for real development in herds? What are the investment opportunities in camels? The big problem was the new generation are leaving the job, as it does not support their aims for living expenses. The camel raising was dropping down in Egypt. Next. So we have the challenge to call some businessmen to start developing the breeding of camels or camel raising in Egypt. So after contacting them myself, they were very clear, since science without revenue is useless for us. It's a money talk. Unless we have a good revenue, we will not invest. So it was a channel. The challenge is to link between money, science, cultural heritage, sustainable developments, and camels. Next. So we figured out an idea. Why not to have a camel safari park? But it was only a safari. No, it's not the idea that gives the good revenue. The idea was developed to have an international camel cultural village. The aim of this village is a heritage revival of marginal communities related to camel raising and practices, and in addition for a good revenue for businessmen. Next, please. The idea is very simple, in which that we can have a camel farm for modern production, have a reception area, we have a camel product shops, we have several locations in which each location is representing a culture that they have camel owners, or a marginal culture, marginal community that own camels and represent this culture for tourists. I'm coming from a country in which the tourism is sharing a part in its national income. Next, please. This village will be an environmental friendly village. Will depend on transportation on camels, either by unpopular camel vehicles or saddles, different saddles, or maybe golf carts. Next. As you can see, this is a master plan for every location or every spot that I mentioned 2 slides ago. It's a tents or sitting area in which in the middle we have a theater. This theater will allow us to have artistic and their songs, their poetry, whatever, their culture to be represented for tourists or even for Egyptians. Also, we have a restaurant that will serve traditional foods, recipes, traditional drinks, whatever, in addition for a shopping area. To be more clear, and we will pass the next slides as fast as we can for time. Next, please.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. We're actually running out of time.
Okay.
Much.
We have the Bedouin culture. Next. We have the sitting tents. Next. Okay, next. Their handicrafts, their food. Next. We can also have the Nubian culture in Upper Egypt. Their buildings, their colorful buildings, their handicrafts, their artistic culture, their drinks. Okay, you can pass the Gulf culture also. In turn, it's just okay. Go ahead. The Moroccan culture, and we can also have the Indian culture, Mongolian culture, the Turkish culture, the African culture. Our idea here, next, that it's a kind of sustainable development, reducing poverty. We have decent work and employment for people working with camels. We have a good production for camels. We have a consumption of camel products. We will introduce camel products and camel practices for people all over the world. In case that we don't have the credibility to export the camel products, we can easily let people come from all over the world to check. The main idea is that this model, if it's working in Egypt, and the businesses are now working on this project, but it's a big major project and they are contacting some other businessmen in the Gulf area, this model could be repeated in different countries. It's a kind of heritage revival for different cultures in different countries. Next, and I will finish soon. In Mauritania, I was in a FAO consultant mission. The camel breeding is raising because they have private enterprises that already make some products, but they have a massive consumers for camel products. Next. This is one of my close friends. He's owned a camel farm in the United States, and he also is the tour guide for groups from the United States, for Jordan, Egypt, India, Morocco, And the idea of have a cultural village for marginal communities related with camels was very interesting for him. Thank you very much. I hope you got my idea.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid, for your interesting presentation and your valuable information on the camel practices in Egypt. Thank you very much. I would like to jump in straight away into the fourth session, bolstering the evidence on the scientific and educational dimensions of the camel traditions. I would like to introduce now our first speaker of the fourth session, Professor Dr. Abdul Malik Khalafallah, former scientist of the ACSAD and a scientist on the Virology Abu Dhabi Agriculture and Food Safety Authority, and the former head of the Camel Research and Development Program. Professor Abdul Malik, the floor is yours. Thank you. Professor Abdul Malik, would you please switch on your microphone?
Sorry.
Yeah.
First of all,
thank you.
I would like to thank the organizer, the UNESCO and the International Camel Organization for giving me this opportunity to present something about recent advances in dromedary camel research and practices. So this is the title that I'm going to talk about, something like 8 or 9 subtitles. But before going on, just we'll start directly with the first one, which is the world camel population and geographic expansion. The idea is that there is an expansion in terms of the number and in terms of the geographic distribution. This is already mentioned, the total number, but most of the camel scientists like me, they believe that this is not the actual number. The actual number is more or maybe double of this number. I give one example. In Chad, it was estimated by the government that the total number was 1 million, but after they did the census, real census, it turned to be 8 million. So just if you imagine if the total number of camel is accurately estimated by census, then the number is expected to be double this number. This is my belief, and also the belief of so many camel scientists. With regard to the geographical changes, we have seen that there is expansion, and the rearing of camel are expanding, especially in Africa. Camel breeding is currently observed in north of Nigeria, Cameroon, Republic of Central Africa, Uganda, and Tanzania. If you look at the camel belt, is now increasing, and even in southern Sudan. So there is expansion in the geography, and I need not to discuss the reasons, as you know, the drought and this kind of changes, climatic changes. With regard to camel milk production, already my colleague Razik discussed the details on the camel milk, but for me, the most important issue is that there is a stunning growth in this sector. Camel milk has undergone unprecedented transformation in the process, and more investment in camel dairies has been achieved. Just for example, in Gulf states, there is the camel dairy market worth 448 million in 2018. So there is an increase, in the number. Even there is increase in the camel dairies, camelaceous come first with regard to the number, maybe more than this 7,000. But Tivisky in Mauritania was the first, already discussed by my colleague. But we have seen that there is increase in the camel dairies all over the world. Now we have Australia in the box, and we have South Africa also, in addition to South Korea and India. And I didn't put the camel dairies of case Saudi Arabia because of the lack of information, but I hear that camel milk are marketed in most of the supermarkets in Saudi Arabia. And the camel milk is produced by like Wataniya and Turas. Also, we need not to forget the camel milk production in Sudan, Morocco, Algeria. This picture, this slide show you how the diversity of the camel product is starting from the pasteurized milk and up to the shampoos, cream, and other products. So the diversity is just an indication of the increase in the use of the camel milk. Now I would like to talk about the role of the international organizations in the camel sector, starting with ACSAT, which is the Arab Center for the Studies on Arid Zone and Dry Lands, where I was working over there. And they have the Camel Research and Development Program. I was the head of this program. And they did a lot of work with regard to camel milk value chain, feasibility studies for camel ranches in Algeria, training, publications, and participation in equipping laboratories specialized in camel research in member countries, including, for example, Sudan, Tunisia. Then comes Sirat. Sirat had a long history of supporting camels. They had a camel unit, and I was involved in their project, which was called the Sudan France Botana Research Project. That was in 1991. They attracted me to the camel world. So they did a lot of support to the camel, including training of students and junior research and building research centers. We have also the International Foundation for Science. Also, they provide research grant, and I was lucky I got one research grant for my PhD. That was in 1995. Another organization is ICOIEC, which is the International Society for Camelid Research and Development. And I have the honor to be the chair of ICOIEC for one term, 2012 to 2015. They are mainly concentrating on conducting triennial international conference, as well as producing the journal Journal of Camel Research. And now the advancement is the International Camel Organization. I need to just to say one comment, great expectations. We must also not forget other organizations like FAO, the Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, and OIE. They directly or indirectly supported the camel sector. For example, the Islamic Bank and IFAD, FAO, they supported the camel sector through ACSAT. Now, when it comes to advances in research, starting from the colonial era, where there is some research by European teaching staff in universities like University of Khartoum. So they publish a lot of papers on, for example, trypanosomiasis, And then until 1979, there were very few publications about camel health and production. In 1979, the IFS took the initiative to arrange the first workshop on camelids in Khartoum. And that was a very fruitful gathering of scientists working on camel. And it was a breakthrough with regard to publication research. And if you look at these graphs from PubMed showing the growth of the publications on camel science, on my on your left side on camel diseases, and here on your right side camel production, you will see that there is a very huge growth or increase in the last 10 years. Like 90% of the publication were on the last 15 years. And this this increase is not only on the number, but also on the quality, because these were taken from the well-known PubMed. With regard to conference, there are a lot of international conferences. I need not to go one by one, starting from the Khartoum conference in 1979 up to this meeting. A number of conferences in different continents talking about camel research. And now with regard to research and practice networking, there is a lot of networks currently available or previously working on camel, but I will concentrate on three networks. So starting with CARDing, which is the Camel Applied Research and Development Network. It started from 1996 up to 26, organized and headed by ACSAD in Syria, with 11 countries from Asia and mainly from Africa. And this network has done a lot of support to the camel sector by publication, by supporting research, by conducting training courses and workshops. And the network was supported by a number of international organizations, like as I said before, the Islamic Bank and FAO, IFAD, and even by the French government through CIRAT. So there is a new development with regard to network. This is CAMINET, and CAMINET is a newly formed network, mainly concentrating on camel health. And it involves the Gulf states, in addition to Iraq and Jordan. And the headquarters is in Abu Dhabi, in our laboratory, and we are mainly taking care of the animal health. And we have a lot of programs to improve the animal health, including the diagnostics and vaccine production and a number of related issues. We have also this network, the Caravan, which is Camel Transnational Value Chain. And this is an European Union funded network involving some European countries like Italy, France, Spain, in addition to Algeria and Morocco. They are aiming to transfer and apply modern technologies in the field of camels sector, including also genetics, phenotypic characteristic, and also DNA banking and genotyping. And they are currently moving into a new project that will also concentrate on diseases.
Doctor, this is to let you know that you only have 2 minutes left. Thank
Okay,
you.
this is I need not to talk about embryo transfer, already discussed by my colleague Lulu. And here there is a new advancement in the sector of camel health hospital. And you heard about two big hospitals. The first one was in Dubai. But the largest one is in Al Qasim. And this is considered the biggest camel hospital in the world. And at last, I would like to end with my conclusion. Significant development has been observed for the past 2 or 3 decades involving both camel production, reproduction, and camel health. Camel dairy farming has evolved as an alternative to traditional dairying farming, especially in the Gulf. Camel-related research having noticeable increase over the past decades due to growing social and economic interest, and also due to the concern about zoonosis. Most of the research done in the last year were concentrating on the MERS coronavirus because of its zoonotic potentiality. The camels can serve as the best useful addition to the food supply chain in terms of milk, meat, and other products, and play significant role in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much for your attention. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Abdul Malik. Surely valuable presentation. We appreciate your efforts. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Ali Sayed Wald Wadir, laboratory scientist in the General Directorate of Veterinary Scientists at the Royal Court Affairs of Oman. Welcome, Dr. Ali. The floor is yours. Thank you. Dr. Ali, if you may please to switch on your microphone. Thank you. Dr. Ali, it seems like we have difficulty to listen to your voice. If you may, can you please double check your microphone connection? Thank you very much. We still have difficulty listening to your voice. Okay, if you would allow me to move to the next speaker by the time you can get the connection and the speaker correctly. We will get back to you shortly, Dr. Ali. For now, let me introduce Professor TK Galat, a professor at the Department of Surgery and Radiology, Rajasthan University, for the Veterinary Medicine and Animal Sciences, Bikaner, India. He is also an editor and author of the Journal of Camel Practice and Research. Good evening, Professor Galat. It's nice having you. Professor Galat, the floor is yours.
Yes. Yeah. Can you listen me? Is it audible?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, ICO and UNESCO, for inviting me on this platform. And surely the camel surgery helps in achieving the SD goals number 1, 11, and 12. So my topic I have selected is camel surgery, a boost to camel-based economy. Now we all know about these goals, 17 goals, and first 11 and 12, I think the surgery fulfills. And as proclaimed by United Nations General Assembly in 2017, UNESCO and ICO are joining hands to highlight the significance of living cultural heritage enshrined in the family tradition and its contribution to sustainable development to pave the way towards marking of International Year of Camelids. Now, as we know that total camel population is 35 million, and out of that, the dromedary has share 89%, bacterian 11%. Mostly of them are with the nomads in Asia and Africa. Annual growth is about more than 3%. Now, there are two contrasts about camel population. One is in Australia, where the number of camels are increasing like anything, and government is just taking measures to capture them and to kill them. Now, on contrast, other countries, they want to increase their population of camel. In India, the population is declining. Now, diverse uses of camels with the background of its cultural heritage. We all know that draft package, pack and racing, meat, milk, skin, hair, wool, dung, breeding and research. All uses are there, but in India, we see that draft camels are there. They are popularly being used. In my city, that is in western part of India, Rajasthan state, we see transportation on camel carts, vegetables, even domestic gas cylinders, grain sacks, brick transportation, lime transportation, stone slabs, water transportation, and miscellaneous transportation, firewood transportation, water transportation to remote areas. Now, when we see camel tradition, hundreds of Afghan nomadic families move to Balochistan during summer and move back during winters. In India, one NGO, LPPS, is working hard in Rajasthan, and Dr. Ilse is director of that NGO. Now see, the farmers, they are selling their camels in Pushkar Fair. They are very famous camel fair. Now camel traditions are there in other countries as well, and nomadic people are there. Now, one more thing has come up, that camels are considered as a drought-safe business investment. Because during scarcity time, you get milk from the camel. So it is considered as a drought-safe business investment. Now, there is a shift from cattle to camel in adaptation for a better social ecological resilience in pastoral community. Now, if you see, the nomad, they say that they can take 60 liters out of 20 camels in drought time, and cows cannot give that much of milk. Now, if you see the livelihood strategy, we see that in devastating droughts, particularly in Mauritania, we talk that the cattle population declined from 1961 to 2018, and camel population increased from 1961 to 2018. That means the preference of camel husbandry is on rise. Big camel markets are there in Arab world, in African countries. We all see like this. Now, camels are being used as a pack animals, and there are camel tracks in Morocco. Ship of the desert is valued as a saddle animals. They use for local transport also. In India, it is used. In many other countries, it is used in tourism. You can see the beautiful camel, decorated camels. See the dancing camels. See the clipping competition take place in India. Such beautiful designs are created on the skin. See the obedience test. These obedience trainings are there in camels. Contrarily, we see in UAE and in Arab world, camel races are there. Robot is being used. Again, in tourism in some countries, you can see the camel. It's a source of income in these countries. Even Bactrian camels are being used in the tourism. You can see the camel fighting or wrestling as part of tourism. Even camel fashion shows are popular in Saudi Arabia these days. And it is fetching good tourism. Camel races in local, as a local festivals. Bactrian camel races are there. But back to the research. Camel is being used as an animal of research for immunological research. For renal physiology research in India, it was being used. For reproduction, as Dr. Lulu Skidmore told, that the production of first cloned camel was there in UAE. And even second cloned camel calf was also there in UAE. So a very good reproduction research, embryo transfer research is going on there. Now, many advancements are there, like in physiotherapy. If you see in the Qatar, they have a big swimming pool for camel for physiotherapy. Now, as my previous speaker told, that camel milk will bring revolution. And camel milk is a really health tonic for human being. Automatic milking machine, automized dairies are there in UAE and other countries. Camel milk is being marketed in supermarket, on duty-free shops. Even camel milk bathing soaps are prepared. You can see the products. Now we talk of meat. Meat is also fetching big revenue to the countries where camel meat is being marketed. And some of the breeding, like in piebald camel, it's an attraction in the tourism. And they are breeding it for this piebald camels. In India, Raikas are breeding, the traditional camel breeders are there. And they depend entirely on access to common property resources for grazing. But this area is now limited and camel population is in decline. Camel breeding is being done very popularly. Now, first factory of camel dung to make the camel dung paper is there in LPPS in India, made by Dr. Ilse Kohler-Rolofsson. See, beautiful papers they are making out of camel dung. It's a very good use. And they say that this is a biodiverse paper. Very good art on the camel dung paper, you can see. Hairs and wools are being clipped every year, and one camel gives about 1 kg of wool per year in India. Hairs and wools products are being made, and it was competed in Paris Fashion Fair in 2010, an ethical fashion fair, and brought a lot of attention. A lot of products are being made out of the camel wool. Camel skin, as my friend Bharvi told, that in Egypt, they also make. But in Bikaner, in my city, the Usta community make a golden paint on the camel skin, and they make the lamps and then some other products of this, and photo frame, etc. Camel is a life of desert and ship of desert. Camels are sole source of sustenance for many families in rural areas in India, at least in Pakistan and I think other countries. Surgery plays a pivotal role in preventing production losses to the camels. Camel owners want earliest restoration of productivity of their camels, and it augments the production. Camels are brought from the adjoining villages in the clinic. This is the biggest clinic. A lot of cases of musculoskeletal injuries are there. Camel cannot pull the cart. Injured camel is transported in surgery clinic. South Asia's biggest camel clinic since 1970. Camels are queued up for the treatment of their injuries. Open house indoor wards for recovery of camel. Vet students learn to handle the camels. Camels are secured for operation. Now, this camel travis was designed by me. You don't waste time to give injection to the camel. You need not to tie the camel with the ropes. Just apply any ointment. You can make a spray. You can put the injection. See, I am standing over here and just showing it. Saudi Arabia has made largest camel hospital in the world. That's really, we are proud of it. And first modern equipped hospital was there in Dubai, as my previous speaker, Dr. Khalafullah, told. In UAE also, in Align, they have ultra modern hospital and they are giving general anesthesia at the camel. And it's since a long time they are doing it. Surgeons need to understand different anatomy of dormitory, as Dr. Lulu told, that it's really different. Nostrils are different, eyes are different, chest pad is different, that it has only 3 compartments of the stomach, hump is different. You need to understand this. Even the big foot pad is there, digital cushion is there. We have well ventilated, clean and cushioned bed operation theater. This camel is sitting under sedation, ready for the operation. This is from some other country operation theater. Sedated camel is there. Now we usually lift the camel, fractured camel with the help of the lift crane, and the small size camel with a manual sticker. This is amputee camel. We have in India hydraulic ambulance for the camel, and we transport the injured camel to the hospital. Now, camel surgery is everyday routine by the team of Camel Clinic at Bikaner. We have a lot of facility for X-ray, digital X-ray, computed radiography, and we diagnose a lot of affections. Even CT scan is there. We do this cadaver CT scan of the different part because the gantry aperture is small. We have very good diagnostic laboratory. Students see the results of microscope on the screen. We have a blood bank and blood transfusion is done in all the species, especially in camel also, when it goes anemic. Now this camel is ready to go back after treatment and the farmers are thanking doctors and they are going back, taking their camel back to the village. And this is our team. I am in the center and it's all the time ready and we give 24-hour services to the camel clinic. Why is camel surgery so important? If there is a mandible fracture, camel is unable to drink or eat. You have to treat it. Eye injury infection, partial to complete blindness will be there. You have to treat it. Injuries to saddle area and chest pad, unable to load the saddle, unable to sit. Ingestion of foreign bodies, infection, unable to eat and digest. Injury to limb and foot, becomes lame, unable to walk, raise and pull the load. Injury to urogenital organ, unable to urinate, unable to copulate. No reproduction. Mandible fracture is very common. Since a long time, it was a big problem. I invented this interdental wiring technique, which was so simple, and people used to call this as a 100-rupee technique, a $2 technique, and within a few minutes, you can immobilize the mandible fracture. It can go back. If it's a complicated fracture, then we go for transfixation, the pins with the electric drill, and we apply a fiber cast. And you can see the fiber cast is applied, and camel can eat so well after that and can go back to the field, start doing work. If we see radiographically, it is doing so well, very good alignment. Corneal laceration, iris, these injuries are very common, eye injuries in the camel, and you have to treat that quickly. Soft palate injuries, when soft palate is injured, it hangs out, it cannot eat, it cannot drink. So you have to resect it through the intraoral surgery. So that is being done under sedation. Endoscopy of esophagus in cases of obstruction. Ophthalmic surgery, of course, you need to go even extreme extirpation of eyeball, enucleation of eyeball in cases of panophthalmia. Sometimes there is a salivary fistula and leakage of saliva, so bicarbonate ion and loss of fluid, camel goes down in condition. So you have to ligate it. So this operation is very common in our clinic. Then chronic ear infection, you have to go for an operation and we just resect the vertical ear canal, and this is known as ZEPS operation. Musculoskeletal disorders in camels are there, and camel cannot walk, it's a lame. So you have to study the different joint, their anatomy, and then you have to diagnose the affection. Now you can see on the right side, in the red circle, there's a fracture of proximal extremity of first phalanx. That's how it was lame. So it was being plastered, and then you have to go for treatment accordingly. Now see the swelling, and it was exostosis, a multiple fracture of first phalanx. You can see in the X-ray. Now in some countries, we see that compression suits are there to improve the performance of the camels. diagnosis of lameness is done in a circle. You have to move camel clockwise and anti-clockwise, and you have to use hoof tester to locate the site of puncture of foreign body. And you can see the acacia thorn, which was there, or left top acacia thorn was there. Sometimes long-standing cases have foot abscess, and then you have to drain. You have to check the symmetry of both the hocks while sitting. You have to see whether animal is bearing weight or not on the limbs. You have to see the symmetry by standing behind. See the swelling of the joints. See the patella is locked and is unable to flex the stifle joint. And here the swelling of joint, swelling of the tarsal sheath. So there are in many camels, there are obstruction in the esophagus, and esophagotomy is being done. And many types of foreign materials are removed and animal is restored back to the health. And some camels, they have pica. And in pica condition, they eat unusual objects. And you see the iron piece, glass piece, stones, etc. are removed from the first compartment. These are being removed and animal is restored back in digestion. Chest pad fibromas are there in long-standing wounds of the chest pad, and you have to resect it so that camel can sit. Sand masturbation, infection of the penis and prepuce leads to necrosis, leads to abscessization. You can see the big abscesses which are drained, and then sometimes there is calculi formation and rupture of the urethra, and there is accumulation of urine subcutaneously, as back as in the scrotal sac, and the bladder is ruptured. You have to go for laparoscopy to repair the bladder. Sometimes you have to go for ureterostomy, and you have to make a new opening just behind under the tail. Now, tube cystotomy is done even in Bactrian camel in one country. It's not from my country. Ventral abdominal hernias are there. Perineal lipomas are there. You have to treat a lot of such things which are coming in the clinic. So this is every day's routine that we are removing this lipoma, and this is being removed, and you can see the sutures. So how do we see future camel surgery now? Just now, we talked about Dubai's first camel hospital, and it's the most ultra-modern camel hospital. Like equines, the facilities are there, even better than that. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy for camels, particularly for racing camels, so compressed oxygen chambers are there, and for 100% saturation of the tissue with the oxygen, you need to have such chambers. You need to have laser surgeries to remove the tumors and certain ulcers. You need to have harmonic scalpel to have ultrasonic vibration scalpel, and with electric current, instead of electric current, it will cut and cauterize the tissue together. Now, the robotic surgery is the science for today and tomorrow. And can we use robotic surgery on camel? Just wait. Opportune time is ahead. Maybe that with the ICU introduction in Saudi Arabia may be a leader in establishing robotic surgery in camels, in which there is operating room with no people. Now, Da Vinci system, in this, the system translates surgeon's hand movement at console in real time, bending and rotating the instrument while performing the procedure. So friends, camel surgery is still a challenge. It needs a lot of innovations. Surgeons would continue advancing camel surgery, expecting newer diagnosis and treatments. Thank you. Long live camel.
Thank you very much, Professor Galat, camel surgeon from India. Indeed, a very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. Now I would like to get back to Dr. Ali, and hopefully there won't be any technical difficulties during this time. Dr. Ali, are you with us?
Hopefully there will be no problems.
Okay, we can hear you clearly now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Ali, also because we are running out of time, it would be best to wrap up the presentation as fast as possible.
Okay, I'll try to.
Thank you very much. Professor Galat, you may stop your sharing of the screen now. Thank you.
I still can't share my presentation.
Professor Gallup, if you may stop the sharing from your side. From the red button, sir. Professor Gallup, we cannot hear you. Okay, it's perfect now. Thank you. Dr. Ali, you may take the floor. Go ahead.
Okay,
thank you.
So sorry again for the inconvenience, and hopefully it will be light, very light talk. So I'm just going to talk about the husbandry system and management system used in Oman regarding camels. And due that we are talking about cultural aspects of camel, so I'm going to talk about the three systems that are culturally used in Oman. I'm going to talk about Oman as a whole, as a regions, type of camel used in Oman, and the type of competitions that they are running at the moment. And I'm going to talk about as well a development of a numerical scoring card done by one of my colleagues. I had the opportunity to co-supervise. Most of you know Oman and its location. Our population is around 4 million, and our main language is Arabic, although there is other spoken languages like Swahili and Hindi are spoken in a little bit. The capital is Muscat. We have borders with the Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and UAE. Most of Oman as well is desert, and 20% of it is mountains. Even though we have a very long coastal area, considering 2,300 kilometers. I was going to say about the breeds and types. So the name breed itself is, I will like to be hesitant in talking about the breeds, because I do agree with Dr. Linda about are they really different breeds of camels, or they are just reflecting the type or the use that they are used for. So in Oman, the breed reflects to the name of the tribe, or to the that they are keeping them, or to the region, like a Bedouin tribe, or Gnebi, like the Genebi, or a geographic a region in Oman like the Sharqiya or Batna. Majority of the camel population in Oman found at the moment is about 2,400 camels. Most of this number found in the southern area of Oman. And despite major population of camel bred in Oman, which is found in the southern region, it's still bred in a traditional husbandry system. In contrast, camel breed in northern region are bred as a beauty and racing camels. They are bred in semi-intensive and intensive husbandry systems. Of course, the environment in Oman and the vast the change in the vast topography of Oman helps in these systems. I'm going to show you some of the pictures. You can see here the Dhofar government. It's green. It's really nice weather. While in Batna, it's mostly coastal and agriculture part of Oman. And Sharqiya, which is almost the desert part of Oman. These reflect the type of husbandry in the Omani raising camels. So the types of camels in Oman, according to their use, there is the beauty, and there is the racing, and there is the milk production, which is according to the milk production competition. Of course, there is the meat production as well, but these three compose the three competitions that held in Oman. As I said again, the milk production is mainly in the south, where we consume raw milk, which is again not really encouraged in our belief, because of the zoonotic disease that may transport through milk. The Omani racing camel is one of the famous and in the region, and the Omani racing breed are desirable all over the Gulf. And we have as well the Omani beauty camel. These three types of use of camels has related to the three systems of husbandry in Oman. There's the grazing, which comes from the Salala governorate, and there is the beauty camel, which is in Al-Batna region, where it's semi-intensive. The farmers will give the camels a bit of intensive and like they will leave them to graze and give them feeders as to help their performance. And there is the racing, which is completely intensive or zero grazing. The Omani breeding of beauty and racing camel in the northern of Oman is in the Sharqiya and Batna regions. A great aspect of the Arabian Gulf countries, of course, as most of our speakers talk about how this is a very unique sport to the Arabian countries or the Gulf countries. And it became where millions of dollars change hands every competition by selling of the champions. As well, it became too commercial because wealthy businessmen will have interest in fame and start to own their racing and beauty camels. And I think Yasser is trying to make me hurry a little bit. Okay. I'm trying my best. Okay?
Thank you so much, Doctor. You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'm just going to share with you a study done, or I had the privilege to supervise. We developed a numerical scoring card to assist judging of beauty camels in the Sultanate. Of course, most of your guest or the audience today knows that beauty camels can be judged only by looking. But in this study, we developed a numerical system to assist in judging these camels. Here, you can find 6 criteria where we judge the appearance of the head, the upper body, the front, the rear, the general appearance, and the color. Again, this is a very quick slide where there's a competition between the beauty, which is on the left, and the less beautiful camel on the right. And this is the final comparison between one on the left, which is as well the beauty, and the less beautiful is on the right. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry for the rushing and for the technical fault out. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. Yeah, sorry, I'm done. It's fine. Or can I go back?
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali.
Okay.
Although it was a very quick one, but a very interesting one. We learned very much about Oman. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Now, if you would allow me to jump into the reports session. and we would like to introduce our rapporteurs for the third and the fourth session. Allow me to introduce Professor Galima Nyama from Mongolian University of Science and Technology. Professor Galima, thank you very much. You can go ahead, proceed.
Thank you very much for inviting me in such a very interesting Congress, first forum of camels. My great thanks to all people initiated to invite me in this. I represent a country which has camels, especially Bactrian camels. All of you know Bactrian camels is just 6% of the whole camel population. In Mongolia, by statistics of 2020, there are 472.3 thousand Bactrian camels. Maybe I'll tell very interesting, or maybe it's interesting for you. We can see, if visit Mongolia, you can see half-blood camels. What does it mean, half-blood camels? Because there are in Mongolia, you can see wild camels to Hamburg, and some of them had some mated with domesticated camels, female camels. So we can see half-blood camels. Half-blood camels is much faster, much stronger, of course. So when organized every year, 1,000 camels racing, there are big conflict. Once I was witness of that conflict, because there are participated people, herders brought few half-blood camels, so there was a big conflict, and they couldn't participate in 1,000 camels race. Okay, today's all presenters' presentation was very interesting, especially some of them very far from my major, because my major is history, so I don't know any scientific tales, but it was very interesting, from genome to social and political and economic benefit of rising camels. We talked your results of various scientific approaches to camels, but we met at a point, in my opinion, saying different things through different research methods. This is how to keep camels, how to raise camels, how to protect camels' freedom, and how to use how to decrease social poverty and to create sustainable local development, tackle breeding camels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Galima from Mongolia. Definitely a valuable wrap-up for the third session. Before I introduce Dr. Laura, the rapporteur for the first session, I would like to request Dr. Ali, if you can please stop sharing of the screen from your side. Thank you very much. Dr. Ali. All right. Let me, in the meantime, introduce Dr. Laura Yershivoka, professor from the Al-Farabi University of Almaty in Kazakhstan. Very nice to have you, Professor Laura, and if you allow us to jump into the report for the fourth session.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Yasser Ahmed, and thank you for organizers from ICO and UNESCO for organizing this meeting. So my briefly report on the fourth session will be the following, and we listen to the three brilliant reports and presentations. And the first one, of Mr. Professor Abdul Malik Ibrahim Halafallah, here from yes, he spoke about, he presented general survey of the status of the camel breeding and camel milk products, its geography, types, economic actors or companies, international organizations, and key international and regional organizations in research, training, publishing, research projects, and networking. So as per the, briefly summarize his presentation, the first part of his presentation was about the geography, and when speaking about today's all speakers, I got myself on the idea that the Central Asia, however, was not very much represented there, though it's a really important part, it means historically also, as far as the camel breeding are concerned, and as for the silk roads famous, and as per the history. So I think that this gap could be filled in the future, because Central Asia, Mongolia, or what is today's Xinjiang of Uyghur region of China, it's also, but of the other backtrend types of the camels. So Professor Abdul Malik Ibrahim, he was telling us about the contributing factors to the increasing demand of the camel milk research throughout the last 3 decades. Development of 3 decades, and he mentioned as the key factors the superior characteristics of these milk products, as well as the improvement, advancement of technology like pasteurization, fermentation, cheese, yogurt product, and so on. And also, I would also focus on his very interesting definition or depiction of the research organizations in the field, starting with the colonial period, throughout since 2030s, then up to 70s, and based on that, the introduction also of the annual of the conferences. And it was also interesting, remarkably, that there was an increase of this. If the first conference took place in 1992 and the second only almost decade after in 2006, then starting from this period, almost on an annual basis, we could see also, and as he also showed us, the increase in the research in the field, giving us some evidences. So, and his made conclusions was about the development of this both production of camel milks or camel products, and both of the research in quality and in quantity throughout the last 20-30 years. And the second speaker, Dr. Ali Avlad Vadayir, he spoke about this environmental regional differences in as far as the Oman case was concerned, and contributed toward the differentiation of the different breeds of camels, which could be found or developed as well as like in northern part of the Oman, which is more for milk and meat, and the southern part, which is mainly for beauty and racing. And then he specified particularly the current status of the scoring system as far as the camel racings are concerned, and they even introduced briefly, though, the brief results of his research, which I think he made early, as far as camel scoring during beauty competition in a manner of phenotypic consideration characteristic was concerned. And the third report made by Professor Galot, he extensively gave us a very big background relating the camel economy, as he told, camel-based economy, which perfectly fits to the Sustainable Development Goals and to the future forthcoming year of United Nations Year of the Camel in 2024. And he also gave us depiction of different usage of camel products, starting in particularly in India globally, but particularly in India, starting from traditional ways of livelihood like milk and meat, and using camels as a transportation, or as in case of Afghanistan Balochi tribe, as ways of migration from one part, seasonal migrations within the country, or traditional handicrafts, or tourism. And the main part of his presentation was, of course, about the camel surgery, and he gave us very refined understanding of, for at least for those who are not doctors or veterinarians, of what camel surgery are and could be, using the such different types of surgeries and robotic systems in future, which are still to come. So this is briefly from my side, and I just if you allow me 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Laura. Definitely a very brief summarize about the session of the blustering evidence of the camelids. Now, if all the speakers would allow me to share the pre-prepared resolutions that we would like to discuss and finalize with everyone. So I would like to go through it very quickly, and then all the speakers and all the experts can give their final remarks on it before we wrap up the conference. The first one would be like thank the International Camel Organization, ICO, and UNESCO for providing the opportunity of discussing the importance of camel practices related to camel traditions to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. The second one will be recall the importance of cultural practices related to camel traditions for their long-standing contribution to effectively advancing the Sustainable Development Goals enriched by the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its SDGs. The third one, underscore the past, present, and future role of the camelid traditions in providing sustainable responses and alternative solutions and pathways to face global changes relating to social and economic development, combating poverty and hunger, as well as sustaining cultural and biological diversity across many regions of the world. Fourthly, further underscore the relevance of the camel-related practices transmitted from generation to generation for their fundamental role in protecting and preserving local knowledge systems for the sustainable management of natural resources aimed at supporting rural communities and safeguarding their intangible cultural heritage, while providing communities with a sense of identity and continuity. Fifthly, stress the effective contribution of camel-based to SDG 1, 2, 11, 12, and 15, tackling the eradication and extreme poverty, sustaining livelihoods and responsible consumption and production, on preserving ecosystem, thereby strengthening mitigation and adaptation to climate change, holding an annual conference of experts to raise awareness, building knowledge and evidence on the value of the camelid tradition, protection, safeguarding and preservation of cultural heritage and the biodiversity, with the support of ICO and UNESCO, to run the run-up to the UN International Year of Camelids. It's 20 be corrected here, including through the media. We will also invite concerned parties and relevant institutions to launch awareness building campaigns to sensible member states, governments, and other stakeholder gaps between urban and pastoral communities. Element of an action plan to advise strategic priorities and action aimed at supporting and developing local practices in camel herding for sustainable economic and social development. Last but not least, we have to support the development of research, analysis, and data on the contribution of camel-based practices on biodiversity to combat desertification and mitigate climate change, including through technical and vocational education and training to address the multidimensional impact from the scientific, economic, cultural, and educational perspective. So these are all the resolutions and points being advised by the experts. I would like to open the mic to all the speakers if there's any changes or anything that needs to be amended or added to the resolution points.
May I add, I think sustainable development goal number 17, which is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is about living in peace, or which is, because here we also should stress on the cultural dimensions and cross-cultural dialogues within countries, within regions, and between them.
Surely.
Indeed, maybe in this case, we could add SDG 16.
16, right.
Or 16, yes. And this is International Year of Camelids, is it in 2024 or 2023?
Yes, it's 2024. That's just a small type. Okay? It will be amended. Thank you very much, Professor Laura.
نعم 2024 سنة دولية للإبلية.
صحيح، نعم. سعادة الأمين العام للمنظمة الدولية للإبل الدكتور مبارك راح تعدل إن شاء الله إلى 2024. Thank you very much. Is there any other comments for the resolution before it being closed?
نعم، نحن في المنظمة الدولية للإبل نشكركم على هذه التوصيات. نؤكد على أهمية عقد هذا المؤتمر بشكل سنوي ما بين التعاون ما بين المنظمة واليونسكو، لأنه سوف يكون إن شاء الله في نسخها القادمة متطور أكثر، وسوف يكون منصة لجميع الخبراء للمزيد من البحث والمعرفة في مجال الإبل.
شكرا جزيلا سعادة الأمين العام. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Secretary General of ICO. I would like to express again if all the speakers and all the experts agree to those resolutions. Please double confirm your agreeal and acceptance to these points.
Yes. Perfect points. It's okay. Perfect.
نعم.
Sounds okay.
Yeah, fine with me.
Great.
Yes, I do agree.
Thank you very much for your.
There is just one point, if I'm not wrong, the health and well-being.
Yes,
SMGD third, I think. It is not included, or it is there.
Third point?
No, not third point. SMGD, Sustainable Millennium Development Goals. There is third is for the health and well-being. The camel milk is considered as natural pharmacy, which can aid in the health of the people.
Right. Okay.
So if it will be included, that will be good, I think.
Surely, we will add that as well.
May I also add the SDG number 4, which is for education. And if you like through vocational training or some courses that's for sustainable living in areas that could be also related to SDG number 4, I think.
We will make sure to add SDG number 4 that is related to education as well. That is a very good point. Thank you, Professor Laura and Professor Abdulrazak Kakar for your valuable remarks. Last but not least, we would like to finally close our valuable conference and jump into the final and closing remarks from the Secretary General of ICO, His Excellency Dr. Mubarak Al-Swalim. Dr. Mubarak Al-Swalim, you may have the floor for your final remarks. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا. اليوم نحن في المنظمة الدولية للإبل نعد هذا اليوم الذي تنظم فيه هذا المؤتمر الأول لخبراء المنظمة الدولية تحت عنوان الممارسات الثقافية المتعلقة بتقاليد الإبل للنهوض بأهداف التنمية المستدامة. هو يوم تاريخي، يوم تاريخي لأنه عبر منصة ثقافية عريقة مثل اليونسكو وبوجود هؤلاء الخبراء الكرام من جميع أنحاء العالم في شتى التخصصات الخاصة بالإبل، ونناقش عبر هذه المنصة الدولية هذا الإرث الحضاري المتعلق بالإبل واللي موجود في كثير من دول العالم. لا شك لحظة تاريخية. نشكر منظمة اليونسكو من الإدارة إلى كل الذين حضروا معنا هذا اليوم، ممثلا في السيد إرنستو وكذلك السيدة باولا وكل طاقم العمل الإداري والترجمة من هذه المنظمة العريقة. جهودهم مشكورة ومقدرة ونحن نعتز بهذا التعاون معهم. كذلك فيما يتعلق بالزملاء الخبراء الموجودين الآن من جميع أنحاء العالم الذين كرسوا هذا اليوم جهدهم ووقتهم الغالي والثمين حتى يناقشوا هذا الإرث العظيم لهذا الكائن الإبل. نشكرهم ونقدر جهدهم ونقول لهم أنتم تفتحون صفحة جديدة في تاريخ الإبل عبر هذه المنصة الدولية الممثلة باليونسكو، ونتطلع في الأعوام القادمة والمؤتمرات القادمة أن نكون كذلك أكثر تنوعاً، أكثر عمقاً، ومزيد من الموضوعات التي تتعلق بالإبل وجميع تخصصاتها. كذلك اليوم نستحضر نشكر جميع ملاك الإبل في العالم ومحبين الإبل في العالم الذين زودونا بعدد من الملاحظات وكذلك بعدد من الطلبات التي نقلناها عبر مؤتمركم الموقر. نشكرهم ونشكر حماسهم، وأقول لكم عبر المنظمة الدولية للإبل إن الحماس الذي نلحظه الآن في العالم للإبل وتطويرها وتطوير أنشطتها وثقافتها واقتصادياتها هو حماس كبير جدا. سوف ننقل لكم إن شاء الله من جميع دول العالم ونتعاون في جميع الخبراء الموجودين في العالم متخصصين في الإبل. كذلك المنظمة الدولية للإبل توعدهم وتدعوهم للمزيد من الاجتماعات اللاحقة في مختلف التخصصات. سعيدين جدا بشراكتنا مع اليونسكو ونتطلع لاجتماعاتنا مع اليونسكو حسب الجدول الموجود بيننا، وتكون اللقاءات قادمة من خلال المقر الرئيسي لليونسكو في باريس بعد أن نحتفل جميعا بانتهاء جائحة كورونا، وتكون اللقاءات وجها لوجه، وكذلك زيارتنا في المملكة العربية السعودية في مقر المنظمة والمشاركة معنا في مهرجان الملك عبد العزيز للإبل اللي هو يعد أكبر المهرجانات في العالم. كل الشكر والتقدير لكل من حضر أو استمع أو شارك في هذا المؤتمر، ونتطلع إلى لقاءات قادمة. شكرا.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Mubarak As-Welem, the Secretary General of ICO, for your kind remarks. And now I would like to introduce Mrs. Paula Patroli, the Director of the Cultural Policies and Development at the Cultural Sector of UNESCO, to give your final remarks and closing for the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yassir, if I may call you that way. Yes. We have had a long cooperation with the ICO to organize this event, and I have to really applaud such a very constructive and positive collaboration with the founder and president of ICO, with the Secretary General, Dr. Mubarak As-Welem, whom I thank very sincerely, and of course, Dr. Ziad, who is an old friend of UNESCO and very strong supporter of sustainable development at large. So we definitely look forward to a continued cooperation. And in that respect, let me underline that the meeting today has shown us, certainly has shown to me the depth of the experiences, the knowledge, and the widespread contribution that camel-based practices bring to sustainable development. And I would say that today's meeting lays the ground for a more active and effective collaboration in the run-up to the International Year proclaimed by the United Nations. I think that this first event in UNESCO is particularly symbolic, if I may say, because we wanted to kickstart this dialogue, this cooperation with ICO within a UN specialized agency whose mandate is first and foremost a humanistic mandate, but which lies at the heart of sustainable development of people, placing people and communities at the center stage. You're all familiar with UNESCO's mandate. It spans across education, culture, and the sciences. And this is what we have tried to feature today, thanks to your expertise and your knowledge of camelid practices, history, and traditions. We've seen, of course, that the cultural practices related to the camelids are innate parts of memories, history, and traditions. And for that reason, it is of paramount importance to safeguard and preserve them, notably through intergenerational transmission. And here, allow me to make a reference to the very big pleasure that it has been for UNESCO to see that on this first expert meeting, there is almost full gender parity, because there are many women experts. And this, as you know, is also a UN requirement, a UN principle, which we like to uphold and to recall. So I wish really to thank my fellow sisters for being with me and with us today. You also mentioned the intertwined relationship between man and camels as not only long-standing, but ever-growing. And we saw the implications on food security, nutrition, of course, garments, trade, transportation, but also festive events, and also the linkages with global challenges related to linking and bridging rural and urban communities, but also the global challenge of climate change, which of course directly informs the UN agenda on preserving biodiversity across the world. The other very strong point of this first Congress was to see the diversity and variety of experiences spanning from Asia to the Mediterranean, the Arab Peninsula, and this shows the true international scope of the significance and the importance of camel-related practices. Of course, today the challenges are manifold. I think you all mentioned them, from herding to other multi-dimensional aspects, such as education, training, and also awareness building. So let me conclude by saying that I really thank the experts for their scientific insights. I hope that this first community of practice and of expertise will be expanded in the future seminars and congresses. So I invite you all, not just to retweet, but to, of course, express and expand these message within your institutions, within the governments of the countries where you live, and to help UNESCO, the UN, with the very strong support and commitment of ICO to amplify this effort, which is an international effort, up to 2024, where we sincerely hope with ICO to have a UN event. So not just a UNESCO event, but a UN event. So there is much work on the table to be done between now in 2021 and 2024, which will be the actual international year of the camelids. I wish to thank you on behalf of UNESCO as a whole, and I wish you a good continuation in your research and in your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paula. Now I would like to finally leave the floor to my partner from UNESCO, Mr. Kaling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think today we also, again, we thank the very staunch cooperation that ICO extended to us, just as just now Ms. Leochini just now put forward. I think right now we come to the end of the session. I also would like to thank my partner, Mr. Ahmed from ICO in this joint cooperation, and I wish all the experts also very good continuation in your future endeavors. And also thank you to all the interpreters and the technicians at UNESCO. Thank you for your support. Without you, we would not have been possible for this successful deliberation.
Thank you.